morning, I'm Mark Gamba, I'm the mayor.
Good morning, Angel Falconer, City Council.
Good morning, Lisa Beatty, City Council.
Luna Park, City Council.
Kathy Heisey, City Council.
And now the citizen members of the Budget Committee or the Redevelopment Commission Budget Committee. John Stahl, Chair.
Michael Osborne, citizen member.
Mary Rose, citizen member.
Haley Nance, citizen member.
Leslie Schochner, citizen member.
All right, our first action item is designation of the MRC Budget Committee Chair.
Actually, if you don't mind, can we go around the staff? This is Bonnie Dennis.
Staff, right?
Yeah, Bonnie Dennis, Finance Director.
Hanover City Manager.
Layla Aman, Community Development Director.
And in this case, Layla Aman is also Executive Director.
Luke Strait, Chief of Police.
And Judy Serio, she's the accountant and secretary. I think that's everybody.
Did we get a separate agenda for this?
Yeah, there's a separate meeting invitation. It's on the MRC meeting. I can resend the link.
It's listed in the book under appendices.
Yeah, it is in the budget book as well. If you start on page 257. I'm going to turn it over to Layla Aman. I do have a PowerPoint presentation, so if you just bear with me 1 minute, I'm going to share my screen.
Okay, cool. Thanks, Bonnie. Well, good morning, everyone. Layla Aman, I'm your Community Development Director, and as Ann said, I'm the City Manager's designee as the Executive Director of the Milwaukie Redevelopment Commission, so I come to you today in that capacity. So if you want to move to the next slide, please, Bonnie. Let's get oriented. Some folks are asking about the agenda. So we start on page 257 if you have the budget hard copy binder. If you're viewing the PDF, that would be on page 266. The e-packet, if you've downloaded it off the website or you're watching from home, is available through the budget packet. So this includes this information in there. To the next slide, please. So, as I mentioned, I serve in the capacity of the Executive Director of the Milwaukie Redevelopment Commission, and part of my responsibility is to propose the budget and the programming that we anticipate coming for the next year. So this is actually, I think, an exciting time to be in this position. I've been asked to read the budget letter, so I'm going to read the majority of that, and I think that highlights some of the key things that are happening and what we start to anticipate coming up for this next biennial budget. So I'm pleased to present you today with the biennial budget for fiscal year 21-22 for the Milwaukie Redevelopment Commission. And this budget cycle includes a recommendation to finally, to form our Citizen Advisory Committee. And this collaboration with city staff to develop a 5-year action plan that prioritizes projects in the urban renewal plan for implementation. And I'll talk a little bit more about that in the next slide. Just for background, urban renewal activities are funded through a mechanism called tax increment financing, and that's authorized under ORS 457. When the plan was adopted in 2016, the existing tax base for that urban renewal area is frozen. And this is what we refer to as the frozen base. So property tax value increases with new development in the plan, and the area increases in revenue above that frozen base. And that resource gets allocated back into the boundaries of the urban renewal area, which you see here. And those generally encompass downtown, a few of our corridors that connect to what we affectionately refer to as central Milwaukie. So the area that encompasses Providence Hospital, Hillside, down to Milwaukie Marketplace. TIF is a really important tool. It provides funding for redevelopment projects that enhance an area's livability, reduce blight, and ultimately increase the tax base of the urban renewal area, which in the long term benefits the city as a whole. So TIF can be used to provide capital investments, really, much needed infrastructure, amenities, investments in new housing and commercial development, as well as improvements to existing buildings within the URA. As I mentioned, our URA focuses primarily in downtown and central Milwaukie, and the frozen base for Milwaukee's URA was about $136 million. And we anticipate over the next 29 years, so we're now starting in year 4, a maximum indebtedness of $92.5 million. That maximum indebtedness is an estimate of what we estimate our future property tax revenue over that base assumption. So we make estimates and we estimate how property will change over time, and we can capitalize on that, issue bonds. So we begin this next budget cycle with about $500,000 in our fund just from TIF, and we anticipate another $609 will be generated over the next biennium. We're proposing to hold a contingency fund of $100,000 per budget year, but we are asking to issue, and I just want to state a correction in the letter here that we'll get to the final document will be updated, but it's a $2 million in debt, which is correct in the budget document, but the letter states 2.5, so I just want to point that out. But we will be issuing $2 million in debt to fund projects over what I'm proposing to be a 5-year action plan period, and I'll talk a little bit more about that next. So we anticipate beginning that work this coming fiscal year and implementation starting in 2022, and you'll see that in the budget, and those expenditures are reflected in this recommendation. So with that, Bonnie, could you click to the next slide? Thank you. So as I mentioned, our chief goal starting in the next fiscal year is to form the Citizen Advisory Committee. And just to refresh your memory, and I had to refresh mine as well, that Citizen Advisory Committee is defined in your bylaws. And just to give folks both here and at home, we're looking to appoint 9 members, voting members. We have 2 ex officio members, and they represent the following categories: property owners or business owners from within the urban renewal district, residents from the URA, persons with extensive knowledge of finance, accounting, or economics, persons with extensive knowledge of real estate development or land planning, or persons with extensive knowledge in affordable housing development or programs, and public services, utilities, and infrastructure. It would be chaired by 1 member of this Milwaukie Redevelopment Commission. And then in addition to those, we would include 2 non-ex officio members representing special service districts, such as North Clackamas Parks and Fire District. So those are the folks that we would start looking towards. So something to think about here is whom among this commission would be interested in serving on that committee. And we always like to have a backup when it comes to that. So that's step 1. And then once we have that in place, I think parallel to that, we'll start advancing this concept of what I call a 5-year action plan. This is not a new plan. This plan builds off of the existing urban renewal plan that went through a rigorous community process. But that plan, as I mentioned, identifies 29 years worth of projects. And so in my experience, as we look at long-term plans, I think it makes sense to keep these documents living. And in doing so, you start, I propose doing sort of a strategic planning process that updates this plan as needed, but, with a goal of every 5 years. And so that allows us to really take a look at what we can reasonably assume the future will look like, make some informed judgments about how to issue debt in order to support the actions, and start to build the capacity of that district. And so this first year 5-year action plan would be the first step really that we would be taking towards implementing the the urban renewal plan. We've been in a holding pattern for good reason as we started to acquire and gain more revenue in that TIF account. We're now able to make some, I think, reasonable assumptions about what we can do to issue debt. And so what we're looking to do is issue debt in fiscal year 22 for capital projects and programs that would be specific to the URA. Those will be defined again through that action planning process. And so we would work with our committee to establish an outreach strategy for that, so that what we end up with is a community-supported sort of short list. The $2.5 million is, if we go to the next budget slide, I think it is, Money. You can see that starts coming out in, as I mentioned, fiscal year 22, and we would hope to be ready by FY22 to start programming. As you can see in the outlay of material and services and capital outlay would start really happening in earnest in FY22, taking the year of 21 to really start to understand what we're able to accomplish over the next 5 years. And in that time frame and in that planning, we would also be thinking about and working with this body as well as what does the future years look like, because that is a 5-year plan, and we'd like to attach funding dollars to that. So as I mentioned, I think it's a really exciting time. We're just sort of kicking off this process, and I think that we'll be able to accomplish a lot in the next 2 years. So with that, I think I will stop talking, and I'm glad I'm not holding my space bar, because that would have taken a long time, and take any questions that people may have.
Have we, given the current state of the world and the significant uncertainty of what economics is going to look like for foreseeable future, certainly, and that would be the next 5 to 8 years, have we done any relooks at our projections on tax increase?
I am going to kick that one to either Bonnie or Keith. I will say that when we talk about other budgets down the road, that I will speak to what I understand. And so our projections for future revenues, so for the Affordable Housing Fund, for example, we did take those into consideration for sure. But I'm going to kick this because this is a larger question as it relates to the full tax base of the city. So I'm going to admit that I'm going to be a little over my skis trying to answer that. So Bonnie?
We did take it into account, but as you know, we really don't know all what's going to happen with this pandemic and the recession that we are in. So we are keeping a close eye on it, but it's similar to the property tax calculation that we did, that we are taking a conservative approach and assuming that it's possible that we won't get as much as we would have if we were not in this recession.
So I had a sort of related question, which was, do we, in the original urban renewal plan, there was a year-to-year, progression of what the anticipated TIF would be coming in. I don't see anything here that tells us, you told us what has come in, but how does that compare with what our plan predicted?
So I can jump in real quick. When we met back to, I think a few months ago, we went through that. And so it was the last I looked at comparing those numbers, and we were tracking fairly close to what we had projected. So we're tracking, I think, still fairly close to that.
Fairly close being above or below?
If I recall, it was like almost right on point, but I'm on the record here, so I'm going to go back and find out for sure and follow up with the committee at another time just for your information. But I believe we were tracking just a little above.
Well, and I think for future budgets, it would make sense to put that in here. And it makes sense to track that, how it compares with the projections we did. how we, because, we keep citing that $92 million maximum indebtedness, but that's all based on those same calculations. So I think it would be good to somewhere make that a regular part of the budget. Second question, on your narrative at the top of the second page, top of page 258, you say we have 495 and you anticipate additional 609. So using my very lame math skills, that seems to be 1,104,000 that we expect to have by the end of this biennium. But I don't see that number anywhere in the actual fund summary. So how do those two things mesh up?
So I believe that shows up in the beginning fund balance, if I'm not mistaken, right, Bonnie? That gets pulled in through under the resources side of it. I'm understanding your question correctly.
Right. Sorry, yeah, it's actually the 495,000 is the ending fund balance for the entire biennium, proposed biennium.
Okay, wait. This
Is that-
495 is the beginning fund balance, right?
Yes, it's the beginning fund balance.
And so we say in the narrative, we're gonna bring in 609, but the chart seems to say 711. I'm just trying to reconcile the numbers in the narrative with the numbers in the chart, and I'm not seeing the same numbers.
So I'm looking at the chart, and you can see 225 comes in FY21, and then there's some expenditures. So the total requirements are 721, and then that carries over to FY22. So the beginning fund balance in FY22 is 711, but we start spending in FY22. So I'm maybe not getting the question. So we start spending that, but you can see at the end of total resources at the end of FY22 are 2.9, and then we are estimating about spending about half of that. So I think it's additive, and I think it gets included in beginning fund balances, but as we expend.
Well, so yeah, I get that beginning fund balance has, you have to count for your expenditures, but so the property taxes line adds up 225, 231, 456. So where does the 609, isn't that the number that we're saying is 609 in the other, in the narrative? And in here, we're showing it as 456?
Layla, you're on mute.
Spacebar isn't working. I see what you're pointing out now, and I'll have to check. I'm not sure where that discrepancy is coming from.
I'll also check with you too, Layla. I think just off of hand without the calculator in front of me, it's the beginning fund balance plus the incoming revenues less the expenses without the capital outlay component and the debt issuance component, but I will double check that with Layla and we'll get the letter updated correctly.
So, Layla, I just had a question, because it's way too early in the morning for my brain to work very well. And I believe we talked about the work of the Citizen Committee at a past meeting. And I was just wanting a refresher on how, and I think we discussed sort of in broad strokes how we expected that money might be spent, but left it up to the Citizen Development Commission to really figure out where the money would go. Is that correct? And could you just briefly cover how the money might be spent?
So the debt that we're proposing to issue, so the idea would be that the 5-year action plan would define the priorities and how the money would get spent through that public process. I don't know what the major projects will be at this time. It's part of the committee's discussion. But I can, give you a sense of the scale. Since we're asking for $2 million, I see that probably being in the short term, especially kind of with the needs that we're seeing right now, supporting programs. So programs within that plan. So we had a lot of programs focused on storefronts and tenant improvements and supporting small businesses. There's also opportunities to support housing efforts as well. You have to remember that urban renewal money can only be used to, I always describe it, it has to be attached to something. So if you shake a building and it falls out, it doesn't count necessarily. And so those kinds of improvements. So I don't want to predetermine what the community would prioritize, but I think that based on the funds that we have, the sort of needs that we've seen through the several years, that we would probably likely have a conversation around activities like that I think would give us a pretty big bang for our buck. It's until we start seeing pretty huge amounts of debt or increment really coming in and our ability to capitalize on larger debt that we start to invest in bigger projects, of which we have many in our plan. So I'd say small and strategic at first.
It seems like that's where the greatest need is likely to be anyway, up front, so it's pretty great timing in a lot of ways.
Well, and you often want to invest in things that'll help us get more increment. So the goal is to do some of those smaller pieces that bring in the cash for the larger pieces long term.
That would be consistent with the concern of the fire district that they expressed during the process too.
Other questions for the URA? I did just want to get one piece of clarity for us in this process. Our goal today had been to finish today and not have to come back on the 30th of May. So my goal would be that if staff doesn't mind doing a little bit of research before they're done for the day, i.e. the executive director, and just making sure that whatever those number of clarifications are done and back to Bonnie so that Bonnie can provide them at the close of business today. We'll do a walkthrough of whatever those unanswerable questions were earlier in the meeting. And that we're hoping that you'll be able to support whatever budget with amendments is possible for moving it forward to the council approval. Anyone have any concerns with that process? Okay, so that's how we'll proceed. Bonnie or actually Judy, I think, is going to be keeping a list of what those questions are, and we'll come back with answers that we can't do on the fly. Thank you, everyone.
Are we ready for public comment on the proposed budget?
I believe so.
We will now hear public comment on the proposed fiscal year 2021-22 redevelopment commission budget. Does anyone wish to comment on this matter?
There is no public comment at this time.
All right. Have we received any correspondence on the proposed budget?
We have not.
Does anyone wish to address the commission regarding the proposed budget?
There is no one to address the commission.
Does the staff have anything to add which specifically addresses a question raised during the testimony? Does any member of the commission have any questions regarding clarification of the testimony at this point? In that case, if there are no further questions, I will entertain a motion to close the public testimony portion of this session.
So moved.
Second.
So it's been moved and seconded to close the public testimony portion of this session. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. The public testimony portion of the budget session is closed. Is there any commission discussion? Is the commission ready to vote?
Lisa, you're muted.
Okay. I guess the discussion is, do we need the clarifications that, to the discrepancies before we vote?
Bonnie, my understanding based on what you said is that the primary concerns are actually that there's a discrepancy with a fault in the letter that we submitted, not in the budget document. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So that would be my question to the council and to the budget committee. I don't believe that it's anything systemic within the budget document itself. It would only be a correction for final publication.
Fair enough.
I would have to say that in using numbers like this, you have to be careful about the language. When you say an additional 609,000 will be generated, one would assume that would be from the current period and would not include reserves. So in straightening that out and as a caution moving forward, when you say funds are being generated, most people assume that's during the current period.
Good feedback. Thank you, Chair.
So based on that, we're okay with moving forward with a motion to approve the budget?
Before we do move to approve the budget, I actually did jump ahead a little bit, and I think we need to go back to, in the agenda, we actually had a section where we appoint a chair and a vice chair. Just to get that on the record, because that should have happened in the beginning of this, and I apologize for that. But if we could take a moment to pause and actually voting on the MRC budget and do the appointments of the chair and the vice chair, and then we can go back to voting on the budget, and then we can then we need to approve the minutes from the previous meeting.
I nominate John Stoll for chair.
I'll second.
All in favor of John Stoll as chair?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, John, you're the chair.
And vice chair? I believe that has historically been, has that historically been Lisa Beatty? Or who is it? It's usually a council member.
It is usually a council member, and I was about to move to make it Lisa Beatty.
I'll second that nomination.
All those in favor of Lisa Beatty as vice chair?
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None heard. Lisa, you are the vice chair.
Thank you, everyone. Chair Stoll, I'll leave it back to you on the voting of the budget.
A question for point of order, if I may. So we have this sheet that you sent us, Bonnie. Do we need to approve the property taxes first and then the budget?
Yes,
It
you're
looks like
correct.
it's the other order.
It's approving the property taxes first for the Milwaukie Redevelopment Commission, and then we move to approving the actual budget.
And cancel the May 30th meeting. We have 3 items we need to address separately. Okay.
Correct.
So I would move to approve the property taxes for the 2021-2022 fiscal year for the maximum amount of revenue that may be raised by dividing the taxes under Section 1C, Article C, I, of the Oregon Constitution and Oregon Revised Statutes, Chapter 457.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the property taxes for the 2021-2022 fiscal year for the maximum amount of revenue that may be raised by dividing the taxes under Section 1C, Article CI of the Oregon Constitution and Oregon Revised Statutes, Chapter 457. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And the motion carries. Now we'll need a motion for the budget itself.
Okay, I'll do that one too. I move to approve the budget for the Milwaukie Redevelopment Commission for the 2021-2022 fiscal years in the amount of $1,470,000.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the MRC budget for the 2021-2022 fiscal years in the amount of $1,470,000. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? The motion to approve the MRC budget carries. I will entertain a motion to adjourn the MRC.
Do we need to move
Uh,
30?
Don't we need to cancel the May 30th meeting before we adjourn?
yes, we do. We need to do that, and we also need to approve the minutes.
I'll move to cancel the May 30, 2020 Milwaukie Redevelopment Commission Budget Committee Meeting.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded to cancel the May 30th MRC Budget Committee meeting. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
And then lastly, we need the the approval of the minutes from the May 14th, 2018 meeting.
I'll move to approve the minutes of the May 14 meeting.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the meeting minutes from the May 14th meeting. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. I will now entertain a motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
It's been moved and seconded to adjourn the MRC Budget Committee meeting. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. So, no quick break now.
I think everyone's looking like they're okay right now.
All right.
So on to our regular budget. Bonnie, do we need to do introductions again, or are we good since we opened this last month, earlier in the month?
I'd like to do introduction for the minutes, yeah. We need a call to order and then introductions.
All right. I call to order the City of Milwaukie Budget Committee.
I guess I'll just start introductions. I'm Mark Gamma. I'm the mayor of Milwaukie.
Angel Falconer, City Council.
Lisa Beatty,
Parks and Council.
City Council.
Wilda, did you want to go? Okay, you feel good enough. Kathy,
I did already.
you were simultaneous with Lisa, that's why I asked.
And budget committee members?
Leslie Schachtner, Budget Committee. Mary Rowe, Budget Committee.
Michael Osborne, citizen member.
Haley Vance, citizen member.
John Stahl, Chairman.
And then this is Ann Ober, City Manager.
Bonnie Dennis, Finance Director.
Layla Amon, Community Development Director.
Peter Passarelli, Public Works Director.
And then we also have Keith McClung, who is our Finance Deputy Director, and Judy Serio, who is in our Finance Department and assisting with minutes today. Back to you, Chair Stoll.
So Bonnie, you want me to go through the Zoom video stuff again? This is a different meeting?
Yes, we need to, thank you.
Okay. I omitted this. This meeting is being conducted by Zoom video conference. The public has been invited to watch the meeting via the city's YouTube channel, Comcast Cable Channel 30 in city limits, or by logging into Zoom as an attendee. The public may speak during this meeting by first registering by emailing finance@milwaukieoregon.gov and providing your name, city of residence, and topic. When it is time to take public comment, staff will monitor the email inbox, the Zoom participant window, and the Zoom chat to see if anyone would like to speak. We will take comments in the order they are received and or seen by committee and staff. Our next order of business is to approve the May 9th, 2020 committee meeting minutes. Are there any corrections to the minutes of the May 9th, 2020 meeting? If not, I will entertain a motion to approve the minutes as written.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the May 9th, 2020 Budget Committee meeting minutes. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye.
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 Opposed? The motion to approve the minutes carries. This portion of the agenda will open for public comments on other items and the proposed biennial 2021-22 budget to hear statements from community members relating to the city budget that are properly the object of committee consideration. Does anyone wish to comment on this matter?
There is no public comment at this time.
Have we received any correspondence on the proposed budget?
There is no correspondence at this time.
Does the staff have anything to add which specifically addresses a question raised during testimony? There was no testimony. Does any member of the committee have any questions regarding clarification of the testimony to this point? If there are no further questions, I will entertain a motion to close the public testimony portion of this session.
Seconded.
It's been moved and seconded to close the public testimony portion of this session. All those in favor say aye.
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 Motion carries. The public testimony portion of the budget session is closed. Is there any discussion? All right, we'll move to the discussion of the quarterly financial report for the third quarter.
Thank you, Chair. I am presenting to you in the packet, there was the quarterly report for the third quarter of fiscal year ending 2020. I wasn't actually going to go into a whole lot of detail because we do have such a lengthy agenda today. I realized that we did that the same as the last quarterly meeting, but a lot of this information you're going to find today within the budget in total. The only things that I wanted to point out is I know that there was a question on supplemental budget. We are taking supplemental budget on June 2nd, and that includes the City Hall fund as well as a transfer in the Building Inspections Fund to cover the contractual services costs due to the increase in building permit revenues over the last fiscal year. There were no other items that were in the supplemental budget at this time. But with that was the main thing that I was going to talk about with the quarterly today, but I am happy to answer any questions that you have either now or address them later. I did also want to point out one additional item on page 4 of the quarterly report. At a previous budget committee meeting, we talked about having those the assumptions for the revenues and how they come in on a regular basis and how we do that in the quarterly. And at the time, we talked about putting that in the actual budget document. However, going through the budget and going through the quarterly, it is actually better suited to have that in the quarterly report. So I've included that on page 4. Is there any questions on the quarterly report?
The supplemental budget, is that going to be done via Zoom again, do you think, or?
Yeah, Anne might be able to answer this. I believe there's a portion that is a public, I think that might be the first public meeting. I will be doing that through Zoom, and the majority of people will be doing that through Zoom.
Okay, thank you.
That is correct. So we've been, as we entered phase 1 in Clackamas County this weekend. It is at least 21 days until we're into phase 2. So we've been balancing, trying to make sure that we keep our members of the council safe as well as staff. And so for our June meetings at this time, we are planning on having partial in-person meetings and having most of the presentations done via Zoom.
All right, that brings us to the public hearing on the state revenue sharing plan. It is hereby called to order. Does any member of the committee wish to announce any actual or potential conflicts of interest? Hearing none, does any member of the audience have any objections to the committee's jurisdiction to consider this matter?
There has not been any.
The staff will now provide an update on the state revenue sharing plan.
Thank you, Chair Stoll. So as required by Oregon revised statutes, we are holding a public hearing on the proposed uses of state revenue sharing funds. You'll see we're proposing to use those funds in the general fund budget on page 69. We are expecting to receive $502,000 in fiscal year 21 and $523,000 in fiscal year 2022, and propose to use those funds for the general fund operational purposes.
Have we received any additional correspondence on the state revenue sharing plan?
There is none.
Does anyone wish to comment on this matter?
There is no one to comment.
Does the staff have anything to add which specifically addresses the question raised during the non-existent testimony?
I just wanted the pages again from Bonnie, please.
Sure, it's on page 69, which is the general fund.
If there are no further questions, I will entertain a motion to close the public testimony portion of this session.
So moved.
Seconded.
It's been moved and seconded to close the public testimony portion of the public revenue sharing. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. The public testimony portion of the budget session is closed. Is there any discussion? All right, Bonnie, I guess we're on to the Biennium Budget Review and Department discussions.
Thank you, Chair Stoll. Give me 1 minute. Let me share my screen. Okay, so today we have before you quite a series of department presentations presented by the following folks in this order. We're going to start with Layla Amon. She's Community Development Director. She will be going over about 5 different departments and funds. Then we'll move on to myself, and then Katie Newell will present the library fund, Luke Straight, the police chief, Ann Ober, Kelly Brooks, and Peter Passarelli. We will take breaks as we go through these. I have to warn you, there's about 75 slides or so, so it is quite lengthy, but given that we're on a Zoom meeting, we've decided to have an abridged version of our presentation today. Please feel free to ask questions along the way. And with that, I'm going to start with Layla.
Great, thanks, Bonnie. So I get to kick you off for your day of budget presentations, and I'm going to go over the Community Development Fund, Planning, Building, and the Affordable Housing Fund. So in the Community Development Department, we have, I guess I'll get to that to the last slide. So why don't we head to the next slide, Bonnie? Thanks. So the Community Development Department, I think, is really your implementation arm of the city. So we do a lot of the work while we oversee both planning and building. We also have a couple folks that work in our Community Development Division. And we are really responsible for implementing council goals related to affordable housing, working on development-related projects. That's why you see me as your MRC Executive Director. Our team is really kind of instrumental in a lot of those projects, which are always, I like to sort of bragging about what we've done over the last couple of years, that none of this is done without massive partnerships with different divisions, engineering and city manager's office. So our highlights are really, we've done a lot over the last couple of years, both in terms of developing strategic plans, so our Milwaukie Affordable Housing Strategy, and then development of tools that will and are leading to implementation of development on the ground. So our construction excise tax resources, I'll talk a little bit about that later in the Affordable Housing Fund. We'll start to hopefully incentivize more housing development. We've managed construction of projects. So we worked on the Letting Library, we acquired some property, we've been negotiating a development and disposition agreement for the Coho property. We negotiated a purchase and sale agreement for New City Hall, sold the Pond House. We also finished our first vertical housing tax zone project. So that was the Axle Tree project, an important tool that the city put in place in order to leverage development worked. And so we have 110 units of housing now downtown. We did things like supporting businesses during construction of their South Downtown project, which is an engineering major feat that they did, implementing multiple public works projects at one time, along with the construction of Axle Tree. We've been working to support businesses. I'll talk a little bit about that too in the CET fund. And then we've started working on our downtown parking management strategy. So a few of the highlights, again, not without a major team effort. Next slide is our goals are really focused on kind of continuing the affordable housing work. And so some of the things that we'll be working on in this upcoming biennium include streamlining some of our processes for affordable housing. So expedited permitting is something that's long been talked about, and so we are already trekking down that path as a team, working with planning and building on how we can execute that. We're looking at other tax abatement tools, if appropriate, and pursuing additional partnerships for more additional income restricted housing.
Layla, the slide didn't change, so we're still.
Sorry, I'm on my roll. Bonnie, could you switch the slide? Thank you. I hate being one of those like next, but I'll try to be more obvious next time on the transition. One of the other things that we're also very deeply involved in is a comprehensive plan update and the code work primarily. So we'll be deeply engaged in that. Finalizing our development and disposition agreement with Coho, and hopefully seeing construction start in this next biennium is something we're aiming for as well. And then advancing work on many of our city-owned properties, Sparrow, which we envision to be an affordable housing project. Harrison in Maine is also a project we're holding on a little bit, but that's something that we hope to start making some progress on in the next biennium. And then Old City Hall, what is the future of that? We'll also be working on the design and build out of New City Hall. As you know, things are unfolding right now, we're seeing a real need to look at our economic development strategy, and so working on implementing elements related to that, which we talked about previously in the MRC meeting. And then as we continue to adapt to the changing economic climate, my team has been completely focused on business relief over the last 2 months, in addition to maintaining a handle on all the other things. And so I'm really proud of how that team has pivoted and adjusted to support our businesses as best we can during this time. So the next slide, please, kind of goes over our main budget goals for the year. So just to give you an overview, we have 5.5 FTE in the CD department. That includes a development project manager, housing and development assistant, and then we have 2.5 administrative staff that support all of our divisions out at JCB, and then myself. In terms of personnel services, so our M&S budget is really fairly unchanged from last year and the years before. We did not expend, there were some questions that came in, I wanted to just discuss briefly about our M&S and our professional services budget. We didn't expend a lot of the funding we had this budget cycle in order to help sort of facilitate a balanced budget this year. So a lot of that work is continuing and will be accomplished in the next budget cycle. So we are, we're really excited about the next year. We think that there's a lot that we'll be able to accomplish within this budget, and I would welcome any questions that folks may have related to that budget.
So I had a couple of questions on the, not the budget itself, but the performance measures piece. And I want to say, to Bonnie and all of you, I think the budget looks great this year. It is so, I think it's easier to read. It's, things are more clear. And it seems to me, I didn't go back and compare performance measures with last budget, but it seems to me the performance measures generally have been, are better, are much more, have been built up and thought about. Couple things, though, did catch my attention that I wanted to ask questions about here, which is the next to last line under performance measures says value of resources secured for CD projects. That almost sounds like it's grants or something, but
That's correct. It's grants.
Okay. Is there a line? Oh, so that's the past budget. Okay. Is there a line for that in this budget?
No, and the reason why, so for the 60,000 is probably what you're referencing, and that's the resources we're getting. Very excited. We got money to help support technical work on Sparrow. That's a reimbursement-based grant.
Okay.
So we actually haven't even secured those funds yet, but we expect to get them shortly.
Well, even the smaller amounts, the past, the past 2 years, where I'm just trying to see where they are in the. in the actual budget document? Are they there?
I can speak intelligently to the last year, and those were also reimbursement grants, so they probably would not have showed up in the budget either. I presume the other two grants, I know from 18 there was a Metro grant in there, and those tend to be reimbursement based, but if they're not there, my assumption would be that that's because they were reimbursement based.
You'll also see the grant revenue coming in on the general fund revenue resources, which isn't in on this slide.
Okay. Okay. The other one, which I thought was great news, but I was sort of stunned, is that this idea that there have been 250 businesses moved to Milwaukie in the last 2 years, or close to it, and a big uptick from FY17. Can you speak just a little to that and what that is and what the patterns we've been seeing are?
I mean, since I've held this seat, we get almost monthly, I think, reports from finance on new businesses coming to Milwaukie. And, anecdotally, I can speak to businesses I've engaged with. I think a few of the counselors here went on a tour with me and Ann of a film company. So we're seeing folks that have traditionally worked in other areas of the region being attracted to Milwaukie because of our proximity and because of, frankly, we have lower rents than you see in surrounding areas. So that's just sort of anecdotally kind of what I've seen as I've sat in this seat. We've also seen, folks coming in all different kinds of ranges of small businesses as well. So it seems to be a business-friendly place in that respect.
And this number would include like home-based businesses as well, I take it?
I believe so, yeah. I believe so.
It's anybody who's getting a business license?
Yes.
Correct.
Yes.
So is the uptick, the big jump, attributable, between 17 and 18, attributable to the changed policy about business licenses for home rentals? I mean, I'm just trying to understand why there was a big jump that year.
That's a good question. I don't know the answer, but I'm intrigued to find out.
So just based on signing all those letters and kind of noticing the different people that are coming in, a fair number of them are contractors and subcontractors that are doing construction work. So as the construction work in town has increased, the various entities involved in that, of course, have increased as well. That's a piece of it. We are certainly getting more brick and mortar businesses. There's no doubt. And I think it's the growing population of the metro region. It's the growing popularity of Milwaukie. All of those things come into play on that.
Yeah, that's a great point because we had a lot of construction this last 2 years for sure.
Yep.
Okay, well, barring any questions, I will move to planning. So, planning, we've also been busy. And council will be hearing the first public hearing for the comprehensive plan on Tuesday of June 2nd. So, major accomplishments really here are the comprehensive plan. And then we continue to provide technical assistance in doing development review. But this team has been really working hard on getting not only the comprehensive plan adopted, but doing significant public outreach as part of that. So while amid a time where we've seen quite a bit of an uptick in current planning, our goals for the next year are implementing those policies once they're adopted by council. Our main priority, frankly, is the housing policies that include both the tree protection and parking analysis of how we start to accommodate more mixed housing types throughout our city, both in response to our own policies primarily, and then as well as state guidance requirements through House Bill 2001. So that's a huge effort. It's being undertaken by our planning division right now. In fact, we are conducting interviews next week for a consultant that will help us with that implementation. So I'm really excited. We got a great bunch of folks that applied for that project. We'll continue to work on special projects. So we have a Central Milwaukie Bikeway connection, a grant we just got, a TGM Quick grant that will help us better connect parts of Central Milwaukie. They're broad connections in the TSP, and this is going to allow us an opportunity to dive in and see how do we connect sort of the hillside neighborhood to the area we refer to as McFarland, which is that big property behind the Milwaukie Marketplace. And so creating a safe bike connection there. And then we expect some pretty big projects to continue to come in, Hillside being one of them, Waverly Apartments, and then of course the Coho Point at Kellogg Creek. Next slide, please. So the budget is presented here today. I would say the majority of our, I would like to point out just a couple things, that we are seeing an FTE reduction this year. And we have a staff person who is moving and has accepted a new position. And so we're glad to see that. And so we will not be filling his position, also in an effort to help keep the city's budget balanced as we enter into some uncertain times. But we feel confident that we can accomplish all the goals that we've set forward for ourselves. The majority of the resources that we have allocated in our personnel services will be to assist the implementation of the comprehensive plan. That's really planning's main objective, mine, one of them, for the next couple of years. We have additional funds in there to help support kind of ongoing assistance needed to evaluate land use applications such as natural resources, et cetera. So that is the planning budget, and I'd be happy to entertain any questions.
Yeah, I recognize that we're entering a downturn, but we also have a lot of construction projects that look like they are going to move forward in any case, which those projects, particularly since they're not small, simple projects, always seem to absorb a fair amount of planner time. And we're doing the hardest thing that a city planning department does in its history, which is to implement a comprehensive plan and zoning and rules and all those things. Are we comfortable that 4 people can do all of that?
So I'm actually going to jump in for 1 minute. There's a couple of pieces in this. The first is the position that we're eliminating was actually a term-limited, time-limited position that was granted during the comprehensive plan creation. We had assumed that staff would be taking on 100% of the code writing when I approved that. The staff is not taking on 100% of the code writing. That's part of why the personnel services are remaining high in the new budget cycle, is because we're bringing in a consultant who's going to help lead that process. So that's the first piece. The second piece is that we are expecting some downturn. But as Bonnie has said before, I may be wrong. I don't know. We have never seen a recession like this before. So the commitment that I've made to the team is that after the next 6 months, if it looks like we can't keep up because of current planning efforts, we'll be back in the fall. But I don't want anyone to get their hopes up too high, because we also could be still seeing significant reductions in revenue, and we would need to look at that in comparison to other positions here at the city that are also not being filled at the time. General fund is our number one concern in all of this, because it's the easiest, most flexible money we have. And so we've been trying to be conservative for the next 2 years, especially in that fund, to give us the maximum flexibility as we discover what this looks like.
Yeah, and I would just echo everything Ann said, that I feel quite confident that the team can pull this work off. We did adequately budget, I believe, we intentionally did that project management support. That's necessary when you have staff doing both major projects and then assisting customers. So I feel confident that the team can accomplish that work. I think the budget supports that work. And then we, I think that we feel very well supported in our ability to do that. And for the reasons Ann stated, the team has already started working on some of the code audit work because we've been delayed as well. So I feel really good about what the future is for planning, and I appreciate Ann's openness to discussing needs with us if needed. But we have a really great team, and I feel confident in that.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
In addition, you alluded to the planner who's departing, and we're also still going to have our planning director position open, right?
Yes, that's correct. So David Levitan, I'm sure it's okay to say, he will be leaving, and then Denny is also retiring this fall. So we'll begin doing outreach to fill his position soon.
And we are, just so everyone knows, in the process of, we said that we're eliminating the vacancy. We're actually eliminating an FTE, but we're filling the vacancy created under David Levitan. So there will still be a senior planner position, and actually, I believe that's opening in the near future for Phil. So the mayor just looked at me like, really? It's an internal hiring process. So we will be working through that over the course of the next month. And then actually, Layla's been incredible about getting ready for the departure of the director and figuring out what that looks like. So we have about a month before that's probably posting.
Not quiet times, I would say.
I just had a quick note, Layla, about, I know that community engagement has been a huge part of the work that the planning department has been doing, and I was just thinking that that might be something to call out in performance measures.
I love that suggestion.
Yeah, thanks. We're always trying to point to how much community engagement we do, you'd think.
And I know you've already got the figures together on numbers of different things that you all have done, so.
Well, and I think community engagement, we'll talk about this later, but I think they're doing a good job helping us figure out how to document that better as we move forward. So that's a great suggestion. Thanks. Okay. Should I proceed to the building fund? Great. All right, also a busy fund. So the major accomplishments, I'd like that we lead with all the cool stuff we've been doing. We've had a library built, our first mixed-use housing project in over 10 years built. Northwest Housing Alternatives is complete. It's not on here, but the high school was under construction during this time, the whole time. So Samantha, our building official, helped me put these slides together. She was managing a very busy work environment. So they were issuing a lot of permits a month. She said to me it was about 6 or 7 per day, and doing a lot of inspections. She's still out there, I think, averaging about 15 inspections a day right now as we've been closed. But they've been busy. They also have moved to 100% electronic for right now. So homeowners previously didn't have the chance to submit for online permits, and now they do. So that's been a nice help, especially right now as we've been working away from our desks. They've been working a lot to educate homeowners on using the new e-permitting system, and their goal really next year is, complete Milwaukie High School, but then all the other things that are coming in. Seeing a lot of development, residential continues to be constructed even during this time. So building division continues to be very busy. So on the next slide, we'll see their budget, which reflects that busyness. So their real costs in terms of professional services are inspection coverage and then the IGA with the county. But I do want to note that it's related to the Affordable Housing Fund as well, that our projections for building revenue as well as the revenue for the Affordable Housing Fund, we did take a much more conservative approach. Just kind of given we had the opportunity, given the environment we're in, to make some assumptions about that, and we elected to be conservative. So I actually tied the affordable housing estimates to what was estimated for the building fund because they are directly related to each other. So I just want to point that out, that as we were making our revenue projections, we were pretty thoughtful about what we think may or may not happen. So ideally, it turns out better than we project, but I feel good about the projections that we have made for this fund and for the next. So I'd be happy to take any questions here as well. Okay.
Hey, actually, before you go on, I just wanted to say something real fast. In the middle of a pandemic, where everyone is cautious and concerned about making sure that they're safe and that they're not doing undue harm to others, I wanted to just call out Samantha's excellent work. She quickly morphed her services into something that would keep development happening through the pandemic, and I actually get a little teary-eyed about it. She nailed it. She's been doing excellent work, and she's not on today, so I wanted to call that out.
Yeah, thanks for pointing that out. I think, Sam has adapted to a changing environment. She's been working with her colleagues on ensuring safety, both sides. So just always a real asset to the department, but even, I think, people shine in environments like this, and Sam certainly has. So thank you for mentioning that. Okay, on to my last presentation of the day, which is the Affordable Housing Fund. So the Affordable Housing Fund, we've had a couple big accomplishments, and one we just did in the last couple of months. But the big one is that the majority of the funding that comes into this fund is for affordable housing. So we collect construction excise tax on both residential development and commercial development. And the rules for both are different. So our council set goals, just to kind of remind everyone, 100% of the money that's generated through residential goes into various pots of the Affordable Housing Fund. And then the commercial resources that are generated, half of those go into a pot of money for affordable housing. And then the other half goes into a fund that's intended to support economic development. And so we are working on both sides of those things. In terms of the Affordable Housing Fund, which is predominantly the funding that we have, we worked with the Citizen Oversight Group this last year to develop some criteria to allocate those funds. So we're going to be initiating a competitive and open application process. Hopefully the early part of next fiscal year. I had to operate on the fiscal years when I'm in a budget meeting. So we're really excited to get that grant out and into the community. And just so you know, the major focus of that is really going to be on middle housing and trying to support communities that have traditionally been left behind, so both low income to people of color. So we're really excited about that grant program. The other thing we did is we acted pretty quickly and nimbly in response to the COVID closures and the impacts those had on businesses, and we worked with City Council to allocate those funds. We had $133,000 in that pot of money to small grants that went to local businesses suffering from impacts from the coronavirus. So we were able to allocate, get out 132 awards in a matter of about less than 4 weeks, which was tremendous. And so I just want to give a shout out to my team and the finance team who really made that happen. So our big goals this year, they're big.
47 awards of 133,000.
Yeah, 47. So 47 folks, and those range from 1,500 to solo entrepreneurs up to 4,000 if folks maintained employees. It wasn't enough to cover everyone, but we felt good about those that we were able to help, almost half of which were people of color and 3/4 of which were women. So that was, I think, a tremendous effort. Our goals for this budget year are to really get that affordable housing process going and used, which means housing is going to be built. And our goals, our criteria require there to be an income restriction. So that would mean we're producing more income restricted housing. So that's a big goal for the department and for the fund. And then how we allocate future economic development activities. So this again will be thought of in consideration too as well of our urban renewal plans. How do we pair these things? I think the nice thing about having all of these pieces that operate within these different divisions working together is that we can leverage the work that each other is doing in order to really accomplish the goals. So I think I'll end with kind of that idea of like the planning work, the policies, which are now being defined in the code. The code needs to be implemented, and we want to see housing being developed that's income restricted. So we need tools in place in order to help advance those things. And so what I love about this is that we're doing all of those things and really seeing how our policies connect to implementation, which is what makes me passionate about this work. So I think it's cool that we get to end with the fund that actually will help us implement some of these policy goals that we've been working on for a long time. So it's an exciting time for me, and I think for the team and for the city. So with that, I'll ask Bonnie to just shift to the last slide and give you a picture of what we're expecting to happen. We're really hoping to get out some of that money for the Affordable Housing Fund in fiscal year 21. And then starting to advance that work as we move forward, it being kind of an ongoing effort. And then as the resources build back up into the commercial pot of money, we will be working with council and others on how to allocate those funds as well. So, and as I mentioned before, we tied our projections to what we estimate to be a potential decrease in building permits, but we don't know. And we're, making some conservative estimates for this next period. So just wanted to highlight that piece. So with that, I'm happy to stop talking and take any questions you might have.
I don't have a question right now. I just wanted to point something out because it's been brought up outside of these meetings, but you mentioned the sort of the policies that council forwarded with the COVID Business Relief Fund around supporting certain communities, and I just wanted to point out that the disease has disproportionately affected women and people of color, both in employment and economic devastation, but also in terms of sickness and deaths. So I just wanted to make sure that the community was sort of aware of sort of the kind of the policy positions around those choices and some of the reasons, and just because those questions have come up. So thank you, Layla, for your wisdom and also your talents and your team for making such quick work of that and understanding and appreciating sort of some of the highest and most desperate needs.
I did have a question, and it wouldn't necessarily reflect in this document because it's speculative at this point, but in the call I listened to yesterday with the state, with the League of Oregon Cities and various people from the state, it was indicated that funds spent to assist businesses should be reimbursable from federal funding that the state is allocating. Did we ask for that? And would we, I guess that's my question. Did we ask for that? And then if we get reimbursed, I guess you would be making a recommendation at that point as to whether to do further business support or put the money back into this fund.
That's correct. Yes. So we are in the process of applying for those, and then yes, that would be a discussion with council about what to do with those funds if we were awarded them or reimbursed, I should say.
But that has been the assumption, Councilor Beatty, that we would be flipping those funds back out to the community. So staff has been creating a policy and process for all of you to consider. It looks like actually Allison Wicks, just to call her out on her excellent work, has come up with a schedule of about 6 weeks that it would take for us to bring funds in and re-rotate them out at council's discretion.
So I'm worried looking at the portfolio of things that you've just presented, Layla, that you might be getting bored.
We're all worried about that, Councilor Heisey. I appreciate you calling that out. She really does. There's nothing in her portfolio at all.
Yeah. Thank you so much to you and everyone else in your department. You're doing terrific work, really. Thank you.
Thank you. I have to say, it's the team, it's all the team, but I appreciate that. There's a lot of great folks.
And before we leave community development sort of portfolio, I did just want to make sure that everyone is aware, and Bonnie, correct me if I'm wrong here, that the funding that's coming back to us from Metro for the parks funding is actually allocated in this budget, even though the projects fall under Kelly Brooks. So those funds are captured here. We also included in this budget have the $250,000 that council allocated 2 years ago for Milwaukie Bay Park. We reallocated those into this budget with the expectation that we'd be getting closer to construction by now. And we are. For the budget members who weren't on the email yesterday, NCPRD did receive a $1 million grant towards Milwaukie Bay Park yesterday. And that will help us get closer to the construction of that park. So those funds were reallocated into this budget.
Did they receive it, or did they get a very strong recommendation to receive it?
I believe, that's a good question. I knew that they had received a very strong recommendation, and I did not look at the verbiage that they're using, but they are very confident.
Yeah.
Strong recommendation, but it won't be too long before final decisions are made, and they feel like Ann said, very, very confident.
Yeah.
So, Councilor Parks, it was hard to hear you. Just to reiterate, it was a strong recommendation, and it is looking very likely that we'll receive those funds. So right now, we have an interlocal agreement that ties our contribution to them actually entering a CMGC, so the actual design and construction contract. And that is when we would transfer our dollars to NCPRD.
So I guess I was thinking the CIP discussions were all at the end of the day, but to the extent there are parks questions in the CIP, we should be asking them now.
Or you can hold for Kelly Brooks, because even though it's not called out in her section, she is the best person able to provide those answers. I appreciate that Layla does all the things, but for this one, she's actually gets a bit of a pass. So she is prepared to do that, and Layla and Kelly will not be on the CIP conversation later tonight or today, so that they can actually have a Memorial Day weekend. So please bring up any parks related questions either now or during Kelly's presentation. I'd recommend during Kelly's presentation.
Okay.
Perfect. I think with that, if there are no questions for Layla, can we let her go have a day of joy outside of this meeting?
Please do, and thank you for all your outstanding work, Layla. You and your team have been extraordinary for the last 2 years, and I expect nothing less going forward.
Won't let you down. Thanks for your faith. Take care,
Excellent
everyone.
work.
Thank you. Bye.
Okay, so I'm up next, but actually I was going to see if we can take a short break, or if everybody wanted to power through. It is 10 o'clock.
Break, please.
Break. Okay. We'll take a quick 10-minute break, and then we'll be back here at 10:10. Hi, everyone. We're back on air again. My name is Bonnie Dennis. I'm the Finance Director. I'm going to start with the City Hall Fund, Debt Service Fund, General Fund for Finance, Information Technology, Municipal Court, the PEG Fund, and non-departmental. So let's start with the City Hall Fund. So this is a new fund. I'm developing this for actually this fiscal year. And the point of this fund is to track the acquisition of the new purchase of the building and the capital outlay that's related to it. So the new fund, I'm going to go to City Council on a public hearing on June 2nd to establish the fund in this fiscal year in this biennium of 2019-2020. In that supplemental, it is going to include mainly the debt proceeds and the purchase of the building. But within the fund, it is used to track the capital project as well as the lease payments. We are receiving lease payments through Advantis to pay the debt service in fiscal year 22 and 23. The debt service obligations are tracked in the debt service fund, so you don't see that within this City Hall fund. The one thing that I did want to caution everyone is that we are estimating at $500,000 for that debt proceed, the debt service costs, the annual debt service. But we are actually closing on the debt on June 17th. We will be knowing, we'll have an understanding of what the actual debt service costs per year are going to be before we take the approved budget back to City Council for the adoption. So this might be an area where we might have to adjust the fund, but we are estimating that right now it's going to be about $500,000. That's through our financial advisor. So like I said, we are closing on the debt on June 17th. We're closing on the building on June 22nd. And the next biennium, you'll see some renovation costs, and then the larger renovation costs will actually happen past this proposed biennium. And then city departments will move into the building in December 2023 is the estimated timeline. So in the supplemental budget, I think it's important to talk about the supplemental as we move into the next proposed budget. So within the supplemental, we are doing a full faith and credit debt obligation of $6.7 million. And then we're also doing a transfer from the general fund into the new City Hall fund from the engineering and facilities capital outlay costs. That those are the mainly the savings for not renovating the current City Hall that we had planned on originally in the budget. We did sell the pond house. The sale of those proceeds were booked into the general fund recently of about $438,000. That is being moved from the general fund into the new City Hall fund. And then we also had in fiscal year 2019, we did a transfer from general fund to the library fund of $311,000 in relation to the construction costs that we had anticipated at the time to be used in the library, in the new library. We are now taking the $311,000 back from the library fund and moving that into the City Hall fund. Under requirements, we are estimating about $140,000 for the debt financing costs. The purchase price of the building, which is $6.5 million. And then we have some additional costs related to the purchase that are going into capital outlay, and those costs that are related to due diligence, mainly in relation to purchasing the building and getting us ready for that. And then we also have an unappropriated ending fund balance of $1,060,000 that's going to be in the fund reserved for the next biennium and on. So with that, you'll see here's a bigger picture of what we anticipate. So I just went over the estimated fiscal year 2020 figures. And then moving into this proposed budget, you see on lease proceeds that we're going to receive about $504,000 from Advantis for fiscal year 21 and 22. And then those lease proceeds will be transferred to the debt service fund to pay the debt service. The $120,000 in capital outlay includes $20,000 related to city or the windows in the building that need to be retrofitted, and then also $100,000 set aside for the public arts fund. So that is the new city hall fund in total. I'm happy to entertain questions on that.
Is this fund going to be ongoing, or is it just kind of a short-term deal?
This is a short term. So once we actually finish the renovations, so after we finish the in fiscal year 2023, we'll still have the fund in the in the biennium 2023-24 budget. We'll still have that fund, and then at the end of that biennium, we'll close out the fund because all the costs are now just through the debt service fund, and then any renovations that happen with the building will be part of the facilities budget in the general fund. So it's a temporary fund for the next 4 years.
It's not really a question, but I just kind of wanted to make a statement. Council got some comments a few months ago from, well, I guess right at the start, probably in March of the pandemic, suggesting that we put this purchase off, staff looked at that and recommended going forward for a number of reasons, and I think those were the right reasons. I'm still supportive of going forward. I do think that in 2021 or 2022, we will need to do some serious looking at what the change in the way we work, the way city staff works, means for our space needs, which might be reduced in the future, and it might make sense to be taking a harder look at what happens with the Johnson Creek facility with some of the square footage there. So I just put that out there that I do think we need to, draw on lessons learned from this pandemic and the teleworking and the splitting shifts and everything else, and look at really have a fresh look at our space needs in, a couple of years.
Councilor Beatty, we'll continue to have those discussions with council over the course of the next 2 years, especially since we are going to be going into a design component of how to renovate the new facility. I will say that a big part of the new facility for us is actually community space and how that works, and I think that is actually an interesting discussion as we are in a time where gatherings aren't really allowed. So we've had discussions with Damien and Allison just thinking about how general design standards will change because of this pandemic. And we're committed to continuing down that path with all of you and making sure that those conversations are happening in a public space.
Yeah, and I would add that I think it is exceptionally fortuitous that we have this new building coming into our purview exactly at this time, because that space and the ability to put space between our employees, should they be in the office, will be tremendously improved with this new building. So I'm really grateful that that piece is falling into place at a time when it looks like for the foreseeable future we may really need that.
And the density of our Johnson Creek Boulevard site is actually a problem right now for us.
It's completely unacceptable safety-wise.
Yeah, so we will not be able to have all of our, I can't promise that. There may be standards or tools available in the future where it makes it possible for 100% of our employees to be working in that building simultaneously. But we are currently in a situation where workspaces are very close together at that site. So this is actually also an opportunity for us to look at long-term, what kind of space needs employees will need in the new facility.
Okay, if there's
Any other questions?
Okay. I'm going to move over to the debt service fund. Our biggest accomplishment in this fund is actually the credit rating that we received for the city. We're at AA2 by Moody's Investments, and this is an exceptional credit rating that the city has. Because we are pulling the debt for the new city hall, we are actually waiting to hear what that credit rating is. Ann and I did a call just about a week ago with Moody's, and it went well. And we're hoping for a similar credit rating, if not better. But we will get that in the next week or so. And then along with that, we just continue to ensure that we maintain that high standard credit rating for the city, and then have on-time payments and disclosure requirements in the debt service fund. So the debt service fund primarily tracks the property taxes that are related to GO bonds. And then we also have a intergovernmental portion from the Clackamas County that are for the full faith and credit light rail debt. So the GO bonds that we have outstanding are the light rail GO bond that we pulled back in 2014, and then also the library bond that we pulled back in, I believe it's 2017, 16. You'll also see here is the transfers from other funds of $500,000. That's the transfers from the City Hall fund that I just went over. And then with that, that's our total debt service payments for that are proposed for the next biennium through this fund.
And just for anyone who's watching at home, GO means general obligation.
Yes, they're voted in by the citizens. Thank you.
So, does this show? I mean, you show the city hall under requirements. Does this show the back payments from the lease, or those get accounted for elsewhere? The lease back to the advances.
Those are accounted for in the City Hall fund, and so we
Okay.
receipt those into the City Hall fund, and then we're doing a transfer from City Hall fund into this fund to pay the debt.
Okay. And what's the I guess I'm confused about the 290 that you're showing here for the City Hall fund when you just told us it was going to be circa $500,000.
Let me go back. See what
The debt
in
that you
the
expected the debt service, you won't know until closing, of course, but you expect it to be around $500,000. So
it'll be $500,000 each year.
So why is this number 290,000 in the?
Add the interest to the principal.
I'm sorry, Councilor Beatty, I'm not
Oh,
sure.
I see. I got it. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah.
Great.
Do the tenants of the Advances building have the option to break that lease early? Could they stop renting year one?
No. We actually are extending have extended the lease with them and have signed a new agreement.
Okay.
But excellent question, just in case we would come up short.
Okay, if there's no other questions on City Hall Fund or the debt service fund, I'm going to move over to the finance department in the general fund. So in the finance department, we have a wonderful team. I really can't say better things about them. Everybody works extremely hard throughout the year, and in doing so, you can see that in receiving the awards that we have received over the past several years. We did receive the 2018, fiscal year 2018 CAFR award. And we're also expecting the 2019 as well, which come in really any day now. We did receive clean opinions from our auditors in the previous audits and had no findings, which is wonderful. And then we also did receive for the last budget that we did before, we received the Distinguished Budget Presentation Award from the GFOA, which is the Government Finance Officers Association. And those awards are really the biggest awards that we can receive in finance. Other goals other accomplishments that we received was a transition to a new online business registration software program. We received word a couple years ago that our previous program was no longer going to be supported, and we needed to move away from that program into a new one. So we went forward with looking for new programs, and one thing led to another. That didn't work out, so we actually ended up going into a new business registration software program, and we implemented that this last fiscal year, and it went extremely well. We also did 3 formal solicitations in the past year for audit, banking services, and merchant card services. We did switch our auditors in this last fiscal year, and we did just approve the merchant card services. The general banking services is actually under review right now. We are looking through those proposals. We've received 3 of them. And we should bring that to council in the next month or so. We're expecting also to complete on the new City Hall financing as well. Goals for the next biennium is we are proposing that we implement a new budgeting software tool, which is about $24,000. There's additional costs in the IT department to cover maintenance for that. But we are hoping to move away from the Excel document that always has room for error. And by moving into a budgeting software tool, we're hoping that we have a little bit more of a streamlined process for both finance as we put together the document, as well as the departments that input their proposed budgets. We're also updating the forecast budgeting, as we talked about throughout, to make sure that we're covering all the elements of this economic downturn, and we'll be bringing that back in mid-2021. So our budgeted FTE positions, we did reduce a position in this biennium from the last biennium. We started off with 8.5. That position was the right-of-way contracts. We decided to take that in-house and added additional costs in material and services for contractual services. But other than that, in the addition to the budgeting software tool, that is what we're proposing for finance in this biennium.
I have some questions about the right-of-way position. Are we, having eliminated that, are we staying on top of those? Have we collected from Verizon, for example? Are we, I mean, there was a lot of stuff still ongoing with that, as I recall.
Mayor, I do just want to clarify. I'm going to have Bonnie answer how we're addressing it, but the staff, the city did not actually eliminate the position. The issue we ran into is that the employee who was qualified is one of very, very few in the United States who would be qualified to do that job here in Oregon, and she decided to start a business. So we didn't actually have a plan for having, we didn't know another candidate who could come in for the role. So instead of trying to figure that out, we have been working through Keith, our assistant finance director, to actually try and implement the ongoing process that we need to do. We're also looking at a contract to be able to provide some of those services.
Having completed the personnel services costs on an Excel spreadsheet for Milwaukie for a number of years, I'm delighted to hear that you're moving to automate that now.
Yay! I know, we're so excited. This was Yeah, this has long been a dream for, I think, every finance director.
I bet.
Very true. Very true. Okay. If there's-
Actually,
okay.
before we go on, we didn't fully answer the mayor's question, so I don't want to pass that over. So the rest of the answer to that, Mayor, is we are not currently receiving all the payments that we are owed. We are looking at paying an attorney, basically, to start going into some litigation in order to try and secure some of those funds. Keith is also looking at alternative contracts to be able to make sure that we're able to stay up on top of this item. It is absolutely the goal of staff, but it is a niche market, and most cities of our size do not have a robust plan on how to address it. So it's something we're trying to do, even though we are we.
Yeah, I would echo that with Ann, with what she said. We are working through the plan. We are working. Keith is on top of it, and we are looking also to see if we can find a contract to help with some of these other items.
Okay, I'll take my deeper questions offline at some point.
Yeah, and I think it's we've committed to bringing it back to you as council at a future date to talk about the programming. So that doesn't change our commitment on that front.
Yeah, so I just think we had been missing out on that income for a long time, and then all of a sudden we were really starting to pick it all up, and then it feels like we're stalling. So
We lucked out for a couple years with an excellent employee. So I will give Reba Cracker full joy here. She was excellent at her job. And I also think it was in her economic best interest to form her own company.
I just had a note about something we actually talked about and approved on the consent agenda at our last meeting, our council meeting, but I just wanted to say thank you to the finance department for using those climate assessment tools for the merchant banking services. I don't think we had technically asked you to apply it to that particular contracting process, so it was great to see it applied and to see that it worked.
Thank you. Okay. If there's no other questions, I'm going to move into the information technology, or IT. This department is ran through Brandon Gill. He is phenomenal at what he does. And so there is a lot of work that IT has had to do over the last couple years, and some goals that are outlined here. So within IT, they replaced Brandon's team, which also includes Steve Ling and Chris Amick, who are also phenomenal. They replaced and upgraded all the in-vehicle technology and police vehicle support integrations. They increased the internet speed to 1 gigabyte, which created a savings of about $16,000. They also deconstructed all the workspaces and provided all the necessary tools in place to have all the staff go to all electronic and working from home, which was an incredible feat that they were able to accomplish in such a short window of time. Some other goals that we have is providing accessibility and securing the environment that promotes the trust and integrity of the multi-factor authentication, which is about about 10,000 per year. The multi-factor authentication is something that's new that you probably have seen in a lot of different areas. Banking is one of them. If you are currently doing online banking, there is now many banks have the ability to where if you log in, that you also get a text with a code, and that is a similar process that we are looking for here at the city. And then also some technology solutions and infrastructure design work that Brandon's team is working on. Includes a server and some storage replacements that are scheduled. And then lastly, municipal court, and we'll go into municipal court here in just a moment, but we are working through transitioning into a paperless environment. So that's about $15,000 for the hardware, and then the software and professional services that go along with that. But that's a major project that we need to work through in both conjunction with IT and court together, and to get us into a completely paperless environment.
Bonnie, could you clarify what you mean by the one about increasing to 1 gig? I mean, isn't that a per building? Is that a per building? Is that a per? I mean, yeah, I just don't quite understand what that refers to.
Sure, I believe that's citywide. Brandon is on a Teams meeting with me at the same time. I'm going to see if he can respond. But I believe that is citywide total. Let me see if he has not reached out yet. So if you can give me one moment, I'll see if he can respond to that. He's typing as we speak.
Yeah, and actually while Bonnie is waiting for that response, I just want to call out, we talked about what Sam did during the COVID changes for our community. Brandon literally we could not have done the shutdown that we had to do very quickly without Brandon's excellent work. His team really jumped in. IT is typically very cautious about their infrastructure. They get nervous when you start pulling apart their systems. And Brandon saw the need, and instead of being resistant, actually figured out ways to do it safely and efficiently for our staff. And he just deserves some excellent kudos. He made it all possible.
He responded that it's overall internet speed for the city. It increased overall internet speed for the city. The city shares one internet connection used by all staff.
Wow. Okay. Well, that's pretty impressive. I guess I figured each building or whatever had their own. Okay. Thanks.
Before we go into some of the details, I also just want to go back to the COVID comment before. This is one of the places where we are putting a little bit of extra money into hardware. We're recognizing that the pandemic is probably going to come in waves, and so we need to have a more flexible team to be able to come and go. We also recognize that some people will need to be in office part-time, not full-time, and so to keep people healthy, we're looking at ways to do that. So I just really appreciate also that Brandon's looking for ways for us to be flexible on that front as well.
We always think about the police department as being, and public works to a certain extent, as being a place where safety is emphasized in most practice, but I think IT is becoming swiftly one of those key partners in safety and keeping our staff healthy.
So much so that they actually were named in the federal order as essential.
Yeah.
Okay. This is our proposed budget for this coming biennium. As you can see, it is there is an increase in materials and services that's mostly related to maintenance costs and some other items that I spoke about earlier, and the capital outlay as well. Is there any other questions related to IT specifically to the amounts? Okay. I'm now going to move over to the municipal court department. Municipal court is managed through Carla Bance. She's also a key important staff member in the city, and she is essential in terms of ensuring that we run a very smooth court process. Some of the major accomplishments that she's had with her team is procuring the contract with Judge Kimberly Graves. We've also updated all court correspondence for clarity, city branding, and so forth. And then we also continue the collaboration between the police department as well as the school district for the attendance court. Some goals that we have outlined for the next biennium is the amnesty program. Carla and I took that program to City Council a couple months ago, and we are implementing that program as of July 1. And so that is a 2-month pilot program and basically what the amnesty program is that it is if individuals that are currently in the collection agency and has had amounts sitting in there for a certain amount of time frame, I believe we did 2 years, if they pay half of their outstanding payments, then the rest of it will be reduced for them. So we're hoping to actually, by that program, that we will reduce the amount of outstanding tickets that we have, or it's outstanding receivable. Another item that we're working through is Department of Motor Vehicles and transitioning everything to an electronic submission for court convictions. Currently that is a paper process that we are working with the department, with DMV. And then lastly is the electronic paperless court system and supporting the transition into the court process for that we discussed along with the IT department. So here you'll see that we're reducing an FTE position from 2.5 to 1.5 in this biennium. This position is being reduced mainly because of the number of traffic tickets that we have not received over the past couple years. So basically it's the reductions that we have seen in traffic tickets come through, but the increase in parking permits and the reduction of amount of traffic that we've also seen in City Hall. There's many factors that come into why we have decided to remove the position out of court. But go ahead, Ann. I see you're ready to talk.
I was just going to add, this is not a reduction of a person. So we actually are doing an internal transfer to move the individual who's currently sitting in this seat, or one of the individuals in these seats. And this is just a way for us to right-size this budget and also to better reflect the change of a front desk for City Hall right now. We're seeing far more, especially during COVID, we've proven out that we can do a lot of what we do with call-ins and online. I did also just want to add, because it's an opportunity to tell the public and members of the public, that the court is looking at holding court in July. So we are looking for safe ways to bring the judge back and be able to process some of the court cases that we have.
Okay, if there's no other questions on court, I'm going to move into, oh, sorry, Councilor Heisey.
And this is totally unfair to bring up in budget, but I am just aware that we are in very different circumstances than when we discussed that amnesty program. So I'm wondering if there would be a way for us to track responses and get some sense of whether or not people are choosing not to participate in the program because they're unemployed due to COVID layoffs or some sort of metric. And I have a concern about unfairly penalizing people who are in dire straits and would like to take the opportunity this pilot provides if they could.
Yeah, and we had talked about bringing back what this looks like after our first run, so I don't have a concern with doing that. The council reserves the right to put this into place again if it looks like we did not have sufficient individuals participate in the program because of COVID.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, so public education and government is a fund that is a department within the general fund that's set aside to monitor incoming funds received in relation to using that money for basically it's things like the Zoom meetings here, the council chambers, it's very specific funds that need to be used for the programming of educating citizen members, and we also have educational areas that receive those funds. So some of the major accomplishments related to that is updating the television, the microphones in the council chambers. We've also donated some government access equipment and to the educational access centers. We replaced some aging equipment and and added the wireless microphones as well. Some of the goals that we are maintaining for this department is continue to retain a balance in the city hall for the city hall remodel. So we are anticipating that the balance that we're receiving for the PEG funds is going to be used towards the remodel of City Hall later down the road. And that will be basically used for the city council chambers and all the equipment that we need to have those meetings. And then we're also going to provide funding for access centers as well as keeping in alignment with the industry standards as well.
By access centers, do you mean Willamette Falls Media Center, or there's a reference here to educational access centers? Are there something in the schools that connect them to the?
Yeah, it is Willamette Falls. I'm sure I'm pronouncing this incorrectly. Sabin-Schallenberg is one of them, and Clackamas Community College is another one that is considered an educational access center. I'm probably missing one or two. So this is a very small amount that we are anticipating in spending in the next fiscal year. This department's only $18,000. So, okay. I'm going to move into the non-departmental. So non-departmental covers a wide range of citywide expenditures. The biggest expenditure that we see in this department is the general liability insurance. And I'll go into the numbers here shortly. But we also cover self-insured claims. There is some debt service components in this department. The NDA grants are also what go out of this department. And then also some dues and subscriptions that cover citywide. So some of the goals that we're looking towards is working with our record of agent, which is Brown & Brown Northwest, and trying to find ways to reduce the insurance costs as well as the cybersecurity insurance, or obtaining the cybersecurity insurance. The insurance costs that I'll show you here shortly have increased substantially in the next biennium. This is based off of reports that we received from Brown & Brown, that not just the economic conditions that we're seeing now, although it catapulted to it, but we're seeing about 13% increases in our general liability insurance overall in the next 2 years each. Along with that, though, we're looking at a different method for grant distribution for the NDAs. And then we're also continuing to help utility customers in need with the Utility Assistance Fund that is within this department, and that basically is to help reduce. It's a fund basically to help in the moment where if there's a family that's in need, and they're about ready to be shut off with their water and they can't pay, but they have extreme circumstances such as kids or they have medical needs or whatnot. This is a place that we actually have the flexibility to use that emergency fund to use. Usually it's on the day of shutoffs. There is another utility assistance fund that we'll talk about later in the actual utilities. Peter will expand on that later in our presentation. So here in the non-departmental, the items I wanted to point out is that the debt service is related to the 2006 unfunded PERS liability bond. And then also we have a 2008 state loan for Main Street improvements that we did that we are still paying for within this fund. Transfers is not typically seen until the last couple years. This is where we track the transfers that come out of the general fund. You'll see the 311 in fiscal year 2019 that we transferred to the library fund. The upcoming supplemental for the city hall fund of about $976,000, and then we have a $23,000 proposed in this coming fiscal year by 2021 for a backfill of the SDCs for additional dwelling units. And SDCs is the system development charges.
Can we go back to something we kind of went past pretty quick? The PERS question.
Mm-hmm.
It keeps coming up as this, imminent disaster that's going to befall the entire state and every city and county. Our projections don't look that dire. Is there a cliff coming that I'm not aware of that doesn't show in these?
Yeah, the PERS are projected to increase substantially in fiscal year 2022. And I have the percentage, it's in the budget book itself, but we are seeing that in fiscal year 2022 that PERS has increased.
Is that on 158? Or
151.
151?
And actually, I had planned to go into more depth about the healthcare costs and the PERS costs when we get to the Human Resources Department, just because it seemed like a decent fit. So if you're okay, Mayor, I'd like to defer till then.
All right.
Perfect, thank you.
Can I just ask this, this loan from the state, 2008, and then there was also something else in the debt service fund of an older loan. Are those typically 20 years? Is that what that is? So we still will see another 8 years of that?
Yeah, all the debts they vary. The transportation loan, for example, is much longer. But if I recall, and not having all the schedules in front of me, they are roughly about 20 years, and that's typically what we see in all the loans. There are some that we have that are about 10 years, I think, but typically it's about 20 years.
Could I ask a question also, going back?
Sure.
With regards to the utility assistance fund,
Mm-hmm.
I asked a question about that because it seemed to me that there were very few people being assisted for the way that it was being highlighted as a resource. And given the poverty level that was cited in the demographics, which I'm sure is much worse now, I'm interested if you could expand on your answer to that question with regards to whether or not that program is being expanded in some way or standardized in some way.
So I'm going to jump in here, Leslie, for a minute. We have put aside $50,000 in Peter's budget that actually comes from all the fund balances for each of the utility funds to help offset families, especially right now, who are in crisis. We haven't started that program because at this point, the city has not done any water shutoffs. We've actually told people who are struggling to make ends meet that we're not putting people to collections at this time. Peter can go into it in a little more detail later today, but we haven't seen the drop-offs that we expected so far. So we are expecting them. We wanted the money available if it gets worse. But right now, we're not seeing the levels that we had projected. So does that help some?
Yes, and it raises a further question. So as I understand it, this is these funds are made available to people only at the point of shutoff?
For this 10,000 or for the 50,000?
Well, for both.
Okay. Bonnie, do you mind answering it for your pot, and then I'll jump in on the other?
Sure. For the 10,000, we typically use this for shutoffs. That's usually when we receive the phone calls. We do also continue to look at utility accounts to see if there's anybody that may qualify for this. And usually when we look at the utility accounts, we're looking for accounts that have been passed. Usually they're going to go in shut-off status, and when Joyce, she's the utility accountant. She does a thorough review for each utility accounts and sees if anybody has had a repeat pattern, and she's been really great about reaching out to families, seeing what their needs are, seeing if this is something that they might qualify for. In order to qualify, though, we do, it does have to come through me through various conversations, but there's a lot of times where Joyce, we do look at accounts in great detail, see if they do qualify for this 10,000.
It should also be noted that when we did the city shutdown, we looked at making sure that everybody had water. Washing your hands is literally critical right now. So we checked for any water shutoffs at the time to make sure that those were turned back on. We actually only had 2 accounts total for the city that were in water shutoff that had not had the owner request the water shutoff. So a shutoff where they were selling the house or they had something else going on. So we do track that very closely, Leslie. For the other program, we're actually going to be partnering with St. Vincent's de Paul because they have criteria in place and can measure better when there's real need. When somebody is in crisis, then we can. We don't do human services at the city, and so it's harder for us to discern. So Peter's been working on a contract with St. Vincent's, and it's a contract that's currently being used by Tigard, Lake Oswego, and I believe Gladstone, where they are just managing that process to assure those most in need receive the financing. One of the interesting things when I talked to some of the city managers this week was that they actually are not seeing a high use in any of the cities right now of those funds, and they've already put them into place.
Thank you very much. I actually am very interested to hear that there is a program being set up that would have some sort of standardized criteria, and I recognize the city can't do that. But that also is designed to maybe address people's needs before they're in crisis. So thank you very much.
All right, if there's no other questions, I'm ready to turn it over to Katie Newell, who's going to present the library.
I actually do have one question here.
Sure.
On 151, you've included a contingency of 893, and we didn't have any contingencies in the past on non-departmental, so I was just kind of curious about that.
Actually, so in the budget process, if you look on page 151, we did have a contingency of about 1.8 million set aside in the biennium, but actually in the actuals that you see that we didn't dip into that contingency, and that's why it's zero.
You're right. Yeah. So it's about the same as we had before.
No. I'd have to look back to see what made up the 1.8 million in the previous biennium, but I believe it had something to do with debt maybe that we were planning to acquire. I'm not really 100% sure, but I do stand by the 893,000 that I set aside for this coming biennium.
So what's that for?
Well, contingency is set aside per the financial policy for each of the funds, and so this is the contingency for general fund as a whole.
Oh, okay. I got you. Thank you.
Bonnie, I just had a note about, this is where we have the only discussion in the budget about NDA funds, and those are publicly provided funds, and I would like to see that reflected in the narrative somewhere. Just an example or two of how the NDAs have spent that money. You know, picnics or the great matching funds that helped make Wichita Park possible. But some narrative there for folks.
We actually can do one better. This year, Jason Wax created an annual update that actually goes through all of the funds and all of the expenditures so that NDAs across portions of the city can see how those funds were used, as well as so city council and community members can. So we can take text directly from there and just insert it.
Right. Yeah. I just didn't want to, put him on the spot.
That's perfect. Thank you.
On this same topic, I have in my note that Bonnie said that there will be a different method for grants to the NDAs, but I don't see any narrative about what that is. Is that, I guess I'm wondering what it is.
I actually don't know of a different, but Kelly Brooks is on this call. She may be able to jump in here since that's within her department. Kelly, are you here?
Hi, yeah, hi Leslie. We don't have a formal plan right now to revise the NDA grant program. It is something that we talk about in the community engagement goal, just to look at how to better support our NDAs. So it's something we're continuing to look at, but one of the main things we actually did do that was different and will continue to do is the report that Ann just referenced to provide better information out to all the NDAs about where the money is spent. But at this time, there's no formal plan to revise that, but we do talk about engaging with NDAs in the city manager section related to the goal. So that might be where it's coming from.
And how would one access that report?
I'm going to give it to you, I think, based on this conversation. Yeah, so I'll send it out. The whole budget committee can see it. I can send it out and I'll give it to council as well. And we'll take some of that language and include it in the budget narrative as well. Does that work?
Is that on the city? Is that on the city's website?
No, it's actually a relatively new thing. So we produced it and I've shared it internally, and now's as good a time as any to share it externally as well.
In other words, she's saying Ann jumped the gun, but now that Ann jumped the gun, she'll share it with everybody now.
Oh, it's fine. It's not. It's good. I should have sent it out a while ago. So.
If you hadn't, I would have jumped the gun, Ann. I just
That's fair.
Yeah.
It really is excellent.
It's
Jason did a great job.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, everyone. I'm going to turn it over to Katie Newell. Katie, are you here?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay. I'm seeing nods. All right. Hi, I'm Katie Newell, the library director, and I'm here to talk very briefly, because we're kind of over time here, about the library fund. Our major accomplishments: we moved. We dismantled the old library. We closed that on September the 24th, and 2018, and then we moved into the Pod Palace on October 22nd, I believe, and 2018, and then we closed that in December of 2019 and reopened the brand new library in January of 7th, 2020. So I have to give many kudos to my staff for all the changes that we went through, and they weathered them all. They helped the move, they packed, they moved things, we didn't have electricity in the pod when we first moved in, and we were moving, and so everybody brought in headlamps and camping lanterns to make sure that everything got moved and ready to go so that we could get the pod opened. And couldn't have done it without Kim Olson, the circulation supervisor, and Jana Hoffman, the children's supervisor. And I wish I could list everybody, but I can't because there's not enough time. But thank you to all of those people who made that possible for us to open up our brand new library. We've been very successful in this brand new library. We are averaging over 800 people coming in every day. Of course, we had to stop that. Our last day was March the 14th. So we don't know. We're taking things slowly about reopening. So Originally, back in the fiscal year 2018, we had 19.76 employees. Now that when we were moving into the pod, we did not replace positions that came open. And then when we were planning for the next 2 years, now we're into the COVID. So we did not increase our staffing levels at that time. We kept them at the pod level. We did add a few hours for substitutes. Our on-call budget was increased some so that we can get a better feel of what we need once we're able to open. No one knows what is going to be happening in the next couple of months. So we are going to be one of those that in 6 months is going to be reviewing our staffing and what needs we might need. If we are not able to open fully and have 800 people come in again, then we're not going to need to increase our staff at that time. But we don't know what's going to be happening. So our goals for 21, 22 are to be able to reopen when it's safe for patrons and community, the staff, and then restore services in a very safe, responsible way. We will develop more community partnerships. We have been working with the Historical Society. We had a wonderful program, outstanding attendance show up for this, and it was wonderful. And it just gave us the impetus to, again, reach out to other community partnerships that we can form. And then the last thing we really need to do is have a strategic plan for the library. I cannot find one, and I asked Joe Sanford, the former director, and he said no. The whole focus had been for the past 20 years is to get a new library built. So now that that's done, we need to develop a strategic plan to better serve the community. So that's all I really have for the library. Are there any questions?
I just wanted to clarify on staffing. So you said 18, I mean, the narrative here says 18.25 FTE.
Yes, that's what we're going to be having for the next 2 years. And that is reflecting the numbers we're going to need when we very first open, and we're not going to be having our full services. We're not going to be offering programs at this time when we do reopen. And we can make the adjustments slowly as our services increase.
What was the highest level of staffing before at the old library?
The 19.76.
Thank you.
This staffing will be good for us in the COVID situation. So, which made sense for us to stay at the lower level rather than trying to increase at this time. This was not the right time to increase our staffing. Any other questions? Most of our, we stay pretty stable on our services. I mean, the materials and service, those have not increased much in the past couple of years. It looked bigger last year, but that was because it was related to the building and paying the rent for the pod. But other than that, we have stayed pretty constant. I went back and looked. In 2018, we were at 206, and in 2017 we were at 206, and in 2018 we were at 209. So we're pretty much constant to where we were a couple of years ago.
I'm a little bit surprised at how high the numbers are. I understood you to say there were 800 people through the library each day on average, and very impressive. very impressed with serving that many people with the staffing levels that you have.
Well, and when we return to that level of people coming in, and that is when we will look into increasing our staffing. Right now, we're only going to be able to allow, when we do open our doors, 10 people or so at a time. Maybe we haven't gotten to the stage where we are looking to open our doors. It's an unknown right now.
Well, and I just want to give Katie some credit here. She's done an excellent job of leading in Clackamas County as we've been trying to figure this out with other libraries. So we are working on ways to keep our staff safe and get services out the door. And it's in large part thanks to Katie, Jana, and Kim. They really are nailing it, doing a great job. So thank you all.
Sorry, my lights went out because I haven't moved. There, a little bit better. Any other questions?
Thanks, Katie.
Yes, we're on schedule for me at least. Bye. Everybody have a nice weekend.
See you later.
Thank you, Katie. So now we're up with Chief Luke Strait. Are you on?
Yes, I am. Good morning, everyone. The first aspect of our budget we're going to talk about is the code enforcement budget. That budget, as you can see, is $531,000, and that includes 2 FTE. Our code enforcement coordinator, Tim Salyers, and our parking enforcement officer, Johnson Kovic, both who do a fantastic job. Some of their major accomplishments from this past year include increasing the parking enforcement officer from a half-time status to a full-time status. That has resulted in much better service to the downtown core area. They've also continued to work closely with the other departments on the parking-related issues, including the downtown parking management strategy. They've re-implemented a vehicle booting program to help recover some lost revenue related to citations, and continued working through the southbound capital projects. Also, they've assisted the building department with dangerous building code updates. For the 21-22 goals, they will focus on procure new parking handheld device. Their old device will no longer be supported. So they will need that to continue to sustain that program. They continue to focus on achieving a 90% compliance rate for code enforcement cases, and that's something they're proud of. They strive to maintain that percentage to avoid issuing citations, generally focusing on generating voluntary compliance. And they will continue to help implement the downtown parking management strategy over the course of the next budget cycle. We will continue with a fairly flat budget for that program, and we're confident we can run a good program with that budget. As you can see, the FTE remains the same as it was during the last budget cycle. I'm happy to answer any questions about that program. Hearing none, we'll continue on with the police department. Our police department also traditionally presents a fairly flat budget. The vast majority of our expenses relate to personnel costs. And traditionally, our personnel doesn't change much. It might change a little bit. Sometimes we move those resources between divisions or departments. Our major accomplishments during this past budget cycle include some internal promotions that are very key to us in the community, both in the sergeant's positions and within the captain's positions. You may be aware we've recently promoted 2 captains to our management team. And I have to give a shout out to one of those, particularly Captain Ryan Burdick, who is, I think, less than a year into his management position, but he's also taken over almost complete responsibility for preparing and managing our budget. and he's done a fantastic job with that and hit the ground running for us. So a huge shout out to him and thanks to him for his efforts there. We've also led efforts creating an interagency peer support team within our department, and that is led by a sergeant and has 4 additional officers on it. And we brought other agencies in the within Clackamas County onto that team, and it kind of focuses on mental health and wellness for our officers to better manage those issues. We've also emphasized our role in community engagement. One of the ways that we do that is with sort of an increased emphasis on the role that we play at NDA meetings. We send command level personnel to all of those meetings now, and we have just a better way of managing the information we give out there and the feedback we get from the community. And we think that's ultimately critical to our success within the community. Some goals for the 21-22 budget cycle will be continue supporting alternatives to traditional enforcement through programs such as Project Hope, the Prescription Opioid Task Force, and the Law Enforcement Assisted Diversion programs. Those are all 3 alternatives to enforcement that we've opted into within this last budget cycle, and we'll continue to put emphasis on in the next. We will continue to apply really high quality emphasis on our traditional services, and that's the response to calls, how well we handle those, as well as emphasizing our community engagement. We'll continue to improve our culture of diversity and equity through training internally and development of our staff and working closely with our community. We have achieved a 5% budget reduction with this budget cycle through a few different measures. One was the reduction of 2 partial FTE positions that were related to sort of administrative support. We will be able to still provide those services within our existing budget. We have, during this past budget cycle, dropped from 3 officers assigned to the Transit Police Department or Transit Police Services to 2. And we have made some cuts in other services. None of our budget cuts we don't feel will actually affect our community, and we feel they'll have minor impacts to our staff. So we're confident we can still provide excellent police services. We'll continue to place sort of a balanced emphasis on traditional police services, our response to calls, how well we do that, along with our community engagement goals and the role we play in the community. That's a very quick snapshot of our budget. I'm happy to try and answer any questions about that.
Councillor Beatty and Councillor Heisey, we also I wanted to call out that we had a discussion with the fire department about supporting Project Hope, and that is where these funds are now coming in.
Great. And I was just going to suggest there's a little space in that did you know box, and that could be a nice place to just add a bullet either about the Corporal Jiffy Fund or Project Hope. There's a lot of wonderful small outreach programs that I think the public doesn't necessarily know about. So why not add a bullet point?
Yeah, that's probably a great point.
We will do that at that point for the publication.
I guess similarly to that, you mentioned 1 less officer assigned to the transit task force, I believe, but that doesn't necessarily mean that City of Milwaukie is not policing the transit corridor as much, correct?
That is correct. We still have 1 sergeant and 1 officer assigned to that interagency task force, and those 2 positions are reimbursed by TriMet. So we're still actively involved, and we do think it's important for us to stay involved in that regional effort, and that does result in us getting some better services internally and being a part of that bigger project within the region.
Yeah.
And Mary?
Nice to, I wouldn't want citizens to get the misimpression that by reducing that 1 position that the light rail stations aren't going to be policed as much, because that was a big concern all the time with implementing light rail. So just that clarification.
It also doesn't change our call-outs to any of those sites. So the difference is that the officers that we're talking about here go into, they may not actually even be set in Milwaukie. They may be in other parts of the transit system. So our response when there are incidences aren't dependent on those officers, but they are a part of a broader team. Is that fair, Chief?
Yes, it is. If we were ever to pull fully out of the team or we didn't have personnel on it, we could realistically see a slight reduction in the level and quality of our service because we wouldn't be investing in it. But as long as we're actively involved in the team, we'll continue to get great service there and have a say in how that service looks.
I had two questions. One is the radio system upgrade stuff that was passed by the voters, is that all complete now?
It is not 100% complete, but I would say that it's probably, if I had to characterize it, it's about 90% complete. They still have monthly meetings. There are still some work that's taking place on towers, and some of that gets very complicated. We still participate in those monthly updates with the C800 group. But all in all, it's gone extremely well, and it's very well managed by a board and a team that we still participate in.
And so, but the piece of upgrading our own equipment in the cars and what the officers carry, that's complete, and we've made all our expenditures on that?
Yes, internally, all of our officers have the new radios, the handheld radios that they carry with them, and the new radios within all of the vehicles. The only things that are continuing to take place at this point involve towers, really none of which directly affect us that much.
Okay. And then I noticed in the performance measures chart for alarm calls, they seem fairly flat, or you're predicting them to be fairly flat. I guess I thought with the new policy on charging after the first call, we would likely see them go down. You haven't been seeing them go down?
No. So the new program, PMAM, literally just went active about a month ago. So we were probably didn't overthink that issue with this particular graphic. There could be a result in the calls for service with alarms. It's a little bit difficult to predict. We do expect that we might ultimately end up with more permitted alarm customers over time, though. And then with the change in fees and how we're managing that and responding to it, it could result in some changes in those numbers. I doubt that they would be particularly dramatic, but it would be interesting to look back at those numbers in a year.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions? All right, thank you.
I'm up. So I'm actually going to cover several of these. You'll notice I'm not covering my own budget. That's going to be covered by Kelly because most of the staffing and projects included in those budgets are under her management and purview. So first slide. So council has had an exceptional 2 years, and I think that most of the people on this call know about the work that has been going on for each of you. But we have adopted our climate action plan, the construction of the library has already been mentioned, implemented the SAFE program utilizing bonds, improvements to the South Downtown area that actually for the public who's watching, that was 9 different projects that were brought together into a single project. And then completion of Wichita Park and Kronberg Park multi-use pathway. It was an exceptional couple of years of development for the city and for this council. Our goals for the next 2 years as set by council are currently increased housing and improved affordability of our housing, implementation of the climate action plan and the vision action plan, enhancement and standardization of our community engagement programming, and then development of this shouldn't be on here, development of the implementation of the codes associated with the comp plan work. Next slide. You'll notice that there isn't a significant change here. There is a minor change that happens in fiscal year 22 under personnel services, and then a reduction in materials and services. And I'm actually going to invite Bonnie to talk about the reduction. The personnel services increases have to do with a vote that council has taken to change how we provide stipends to counselors. And that work will be done as an individual or as a seat is refilled. The amount of money that the individual counselor receives will go up, and it's now tied to the CPI, where historically it's just stayed stagnant and flat.
The reduction in the materials and services that are reflected in the proposed budget is primarily a reduction in fiscal year 2022 related to the art mural rolling fund. So we do have arts set aside in the new City Hall fund, but we have the $29,000 set aside in fiscal year 21, and then nothing in fiscal year 2022 because of the City Hall fund, and the money was placed in there for the arts project.
So basically, there's been a discussion with the Art Mob team about a desire to do a very large art installation, possibly a mural. This is the best chance that they'll have sufficient funding to be able to do something of that size. And so we applied those dollars to the Art Mob or Arts Committee now so that they could have direct involvement in that process. They are starting to fund murals for the first time. So council has set aside funds multiple times at this point, but this will be the first time that the actual expenditure has been made out of the fund, and that I believe that contract's in process right now.
So wait, I feel like we're mixing two things. So there's an 11,000 allocated for a mural this year.
Correct. So there's.
But before that, you were talking about City Hall and the bigger allocation for the City Hall.
So we're actually doing both. We're putting in additional funds for this first year, and then we have additional money that the big project, the big expense, the big focus for Art Mob the next year is actually going to be on the art mural for City Hall.
And the reason why it's in the City Hall fund is because it's considered a capital outlay, and so it'll be part of the entire capital purchase of City Hall, and the renovations all wrapped into one.
So the 11,000 that is showing going out before the end of this fiscal year, where are they doing a mural?
I don't actually have the exact location, but Kelly's on here, and she can probably jump in.
I'm gonna find out and put it in the chat. It's a water tower, or it's a water facility, and I will find the exact location and send it to you. I think there's actually two.
So it's at 40th and Harvey.
Yeah. So I can give you all some more information on that, but that one's in the pipeline. And yes, I just want to underscore that essentially what's happening is in FY21, any remaining funds that had been yet to be spent that had been programmed by council for murals are being reprogrammed for 2021. So essentially those continue absent what's been spent. And then in 2022, the mural investment is City Hall.
Thank you. That was much clearer, Kelly.
And a second question I had was about the new line for advertising and publicity. Why is that being called out from other promotional stuff the city does that's in your budget, I guess?
Is that the increased amount? Sorry, let me go to that page.
Well, it's not had an amount before. and it got $3,000 a year.
I think I can speak to that as well. I believe there's been instances where we have made, I think about the Pride Parade banner. There's been a couple different times where there have been requests made by council to have materials or advertising materials produced more specific to council outreach. And so we just called it out there to make it a little cleaner. It's things that have been invested in the past.
Thank you.
Oh, you're muted, Ann.
Will just take me permanently off mute right now. So Scott had been managing this budget and he had been doing it as just sort of a general pot. He pulled those pieces apart just to be more transparent about where expenses are actually going. Other questions? Okay, next slide. So the city attorney's office, Justin was added at the start of last biennium.
I'm sorry. I didn't realize you were moving off of that altogether.
Sure.
I just wanted to point out that under accomplishments, there is nowhere a mention of the Leadership Academy.
Thank you. You know, Councilor Parks actually pointed that out to me last night as well. And I actually, so when I did the budget, the way that I wrote my message was my work. And I captured all the pieces of what we did as a team. The Milwaukie Leadership Program is called out in that space. And it actually would be called out, should be called out under Kelly's because it's been managed under the city manager's budget. But it didn't get called out there, though the funding is still in the city manager's budget to continue that program. But I will just say, it's been a lot of fun. I wish COVID hadn't happened right at the end of it. We are going to close out the first class in July, and they will have some time with Peter to talk about public works, which was missing. That was the last class we were supposed to hold. And we are intending to do this again moving forward. So this will be a part of next year's programming, even if we're doing it by Zoom.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, the city attorney, Justin Garricky, has been with the team now for a couple of years. He has been an excellent addition to helping all of the pieces of the city move forward. The biggest things that it's been great having him in-house for have been things like the comprehensive plan, the city hall purchase, the coho development. Those really were places where we needed a lot of legal assistance to assure that the agreements were done correctly. And he stepped in both feet, and I have deeply appreciated that service. He also was super helpful during the discussions about how city funds could be used through the NDA leadership discussions, and we could not have gotten through that process without him. And the thing that I most appreciate about him is how detailed he is and how he can help us be our best selves. So he has taken on editing things like staff reports and published documents that are critical to be exactly correct. He is great about bringing a very keen eye to that work, and those are things that we would not have gotten if we still had services outside of City Hall. This next year, he is looking at just more of the same. We do still have some very large projects that he's going to be involved in. One of the things that's not called out here, but he is assisting a lot on, is our right-of-way as we are looking at the state programming. We have some infringements into our right-of-way that require us to have regular legal assistance, and he's been helping us on that front as well. We do not show him receiving any increase beyond personnel services for the next biennium. And he will continue to have contract money to bring in legal assistance that is otherwise not either within his wheelhouse or that he simply is overwhelmed by the existing workload and we need to bring in some help for him. This does not include, we have an HR attorney that is funded under Human Resources, so that is not included in this, and this also does not include our prosecutor. Those are both separate contracts. Any questions for the city attorney budget? Okay. Next. Human resources. So this is a place where I actually would like to insert a discussion. I'm going to have Bonnie lead it for how we talk about the costs associated with personnel costs going up across the city. So we're going to come to that after I talk about Gary's budget, and we're not going to flip to the next slide. So you won't actually have a visual of that, but I just wanted to make sure you are all thinking about your questions for that discussion. Gary has been exceptional over the last 2 years at making sure that the city stays in best practice and making sure that we are providing services that keep the city within our legal requirements for all staffing. So he is our prime negotiator when it comes to negotiating contracts with our unions. He's worked very hard to keep and improve that relationship every year. It's one that's critical for our success, and I appreciate his service on that. There was a question that came in during, I believe from Leslie, about what performance reviews and the elimination of performance reviews mean. And I wanted to just take a minute, because I've never actually talked about it on air, about what the city decided to do. So we have, in the last 18 years of my time in local government, I have seen the role of performance reviews, and I've actually found them to typically be quite lacking. We run into a couple of issues. One is that managers don't hold the staff accountable at the time that an incident occurs, and they wait until we have a performance review. And in that, it's too late to make a correction, and it's not really fair to the staff person. The alternative is that sometimes we end up with people not wanting conflict, so they'll write things about how great someone is, and then about 6 months later, they come to me and say, we need to terminate them. And I say, that doesn't align with what you put in writing, and you're now in a different spot. On the flip side, for employees spend a lot of time terrified of what is going to be said to them in these meetings, and they are scared about what it means, and either it's a significant letdown or it's not helpful for them. So what we moved to is actually a coaching process where quarterly, every manager is required to talk to every employee quarterly. We have a list of questions that we encourage managers to ask, and they also, those same questions move them towards forming a relationship with the employee, which is the critical part of having hard conversations. So making sure that the employee and the manager actually do have a relationship in which they trust each other, and that there is a foundation of that trust so that those harder conversations can occur, and that any difficult conversations are happening instantly instead of being delayed. We have seen that working better because people know that the expectation is that you address things when they're happening instead of sitting on them. And the other thing that I'll just call out is that government is substantially different than corporations. So the way that corporations typically use reviews is to give a promotion or to give money. We do neither of those things. We are in a merit-based system, and we don't provide any sort of bonus. So there isn't a whole lot that the employee gets out of going through that process. And so we have tried to find something that works better. We've actually received accolades from several of the other cities in the region, so much so that Gary Rebello was asked to present recently at a conference to talk about how this has worked, because government is just different than it is in corporate America, and this system seems to be working for us. Any questions on that? Okay. The other thing that was really exciting that Gary helped me do during this last year, or during this last biennium, was that we've been looking for ways to bring all of our employees together to fix or find a solution to something. Because in any leadership book that you ever read, they're going to talk about how going through something actually is building a foundation for trust. And it creates what you need in order to have problems solved quickly and efficiently. So he actually worked with me on creating a workshop that we did with all of our employees on the 4 R's of excellence. You'll see those posted within the city, but it's our commitment to customers as well as our asks of customers. So it's us saying, we will be this, we will provide you this, we ask in return. that you do this. So, as an example, we are committed to helping you get through this process. We need you to stay committed to the process and get us the answers to our questions so that we can respond to you with the correct answer. This comes into play when we're doing like a pre-application where someone wants an answer, but the application changes drastically from the pre-app to the application, and then people get very frustrated because they feel like the information is now incorrect that they are being told once they already have pulled their funding. It's important for the city to receive the correct information up front. And so we created a checkbox, a check sheet that actually allows us to go through all the questions with each applicant to make sure that they know what will change their fees up front, and so that they can get us the most up-to-date information and we can get them the most up-to-date costs. Okay. So human resources, we're projecting generally the same cost. We had a slight reduction just to because we had asked for a slight reduction from all the departments just to make sure that we could come under budget with the coming revenue declines. Now, we're going to talk about
Before you go on, can I ask one question?
Please.
In the workload indicators, recruitments processed, you're showing, a decline this year, but a rise back up next year, I guess, the next 2 years. I guess I was curious about that because it seems to me, both financial future is uncertain for us, but also the problem we had of recent years of our employees being hired away by other cities is likely to be less. So do you really think it's going to uptick that much the next couple of years?
I don't know. I think it's a really fair question, but this is where it's hard. We don't know what the market's going to be like as we reopen, and we don't. Am I expecting that as many people we'd have as much turnover? No. But I do know that I have some retirements coming up over the course of the next 3 years that are pretty large. And so in those, we may actually choose to hire a recruiter depending on the position to assure that we get somebody who's great. And that might be one of the places where we would spend some money. But we do have at least 3 directors who will be retiring in this biennium.
I had a question with regards to the service excellence and the 4 Rs. So as you put together models for different outward-facing departments around service excellence, is there an equity lens applied to it?
That is such an excellent question, Mary, says the former HR director of Metro. Yes, so the DEI work that we're doing is actually going to, again, be found in my budget for this year. And we are looking at doing first and foremost, we have a committee that's been formed of employees who are dedicated to find ways to better provide services through a DEI lens. And we have a training for that body that's happening actually this summer. It was supposed to happen a couple months ago, and when COVID came, we wanted to see if there was a way to wait so that we could all be in a room together. That's simply not going to happen. So we are now doing an internal online training for that crew. And then we will be looking at ways to roll that out to the rest of the city. We've actually talked about the process that I described for 4 Rs being the same process that we would go through a DEI conversation with our employees during this coming biennium to start integrating that into more and more places. At the time that the 4 Rs were created, it was definitely the vision for some of our employees, so that was discussed and considered. But several of my employees have never really had any training or acknowledgement of this issue. And so we think that that's a critical piece of our biennium plan for this. Does that answer it, Mary?
Yes, I appreciate that answer. Thank you.
Perfect, thank you. So Bonnie, can I turn it over to you then to talk through the questions that you received on percentages and increases around PERS and healthcare?
Sure. So I tried to illustrate the increases in all the benefits on page 51 of the budget book. I'm sorry, I don't have the PDF version of that. But that's the section in financial trends that talks about personnel services. So overall, what we're seeing in increases in healthcare benefits and insurance, it's about a 5% increase for fiscal year 21 and 22. But the real driver of the increases that we're seeing is in PERS. And so basically what happened in the state, the state legislation is that there's an unfunded liability that PERS is trying to make up for. And by doing so, they are increasing that rate for employers to help offset that unfunded liability. So what we're seeing is approximately about 14.8% increase in fiscal year 21, and then a real jump happens in fiscal year 2022 of about 16.9% increase. Some of that is a little bit variable depending on the level of PERS. So if you're a tier 1 employee, that's at a higher rate than versus an OPSERP employee, and then there's also the police folks component in there as well. And you can see in the Q&A document that we prepared on page 4, you can see that increase really jump up in fiscal year 2022 mostly, in that table that shows the salary, healthcare, PERS, etc. So the salary increases are based off of COLA, and those are by labor negotiations. Healthcare, we get that through our insurance carrier, which is CIS, and then PERS is set by the percentages through the state.
Sorry, can you direct me to the PDF page? This was my question, clear back, and I'm struggling to find that.
Sure, it is probably about page, I can't change my screen because I'm showing my screen, but I believe it's probably got to be about 53, 54.
Okay, thanks.
So I'm hoping that helps answer the questions on the increases in benefits and salary and personnel costs overall. Each department is different. There's a lot of variables that we take into account. Benefit costs are definitely one of those areas where employees can elect to have just elect for themselves to have coverage, and then things happen and they have children, babies, and so forth, and so those benefits can increase by the department. When we go through the budget process and we look at the estimates for the next biennium, we take what the individual and their benefit coverage is using currently today, we don't estimate that at the higher rate of benefits for everybody is basically what I'm saying.
One of the things that also comes in, or expenses that comes out of these pots, is when we have somebody retire or leave, we often have expensive payouts that come out from unused vacation leave. In some cases, those payouts can go upwards of $30,000. So just something to keep in mind, and it's something that Bonnie is constantly watching.
Yeah,
so they're able to carry over vacation unlimited?
It's not unlimited, but police officers have very high payouts.
Wow.
Yeah.
In the federal government, you can only carry over, so many hours of vacation to the next year. I think that's true in a lot of private sector too.
It is here as well. So what we're talking about is the amount you can carry over increases with longevity. Many of our officers stay here for 30 years. And then when they retire at very high earning years. So the payouts for their vacation are expensive.
So to the mayor's earlier question, this definitely does show a jump in PERS in FY 22. I think the chart in the Q&A is much more informative than what's in the budget document. I guess the question is, the sort of question is, we always hear this at Mary's conferences and everything else. It's been a priority of the League of Oregon Cities for years. The PERS unfunded liability, is it going to get worse after 2022? Do we know?
I think the very safe thing to say with PERS right now is that it's expensive. It's very expensive, and the market just crashed. Let me rephrase. The market didn't crash, which we're all shocked by, but the market could crash, and those numbers then impact how balanced the fund is. So it is expensive. It is to an extent for us right now unpredictable. It's such a cost that when we were going for our debt for the new city hall, they actually wanted to wait until after the PERS meeting that's happening now to make sure that we would have the ability to pay. I think so much of our budget is staff. So much of what we do requires physical people that it's just a large percent of our budget to then have a large increase each time when we can only take in 3% more in our general fund. The commitment from this staff is we will always make sure we balance, and we will always make sure we pay. So we'll find reductions elsewhere, and that's what we do, is we just find a way to balance it out each time. But it is going up at a disproportionate high rate, and it is at a higher rate than healthcare at this point.
So I guess that's my question. I'm still not clear on what strategies the city's using to manage into that. Other than eventually there's layoffs of staff to decrease costs and to balance things, but are there any other strategies to manage into the increased cost?
I'm actually going to let Bonnie talk about it. We did take out debt a few years ago on this front, so I'm going to let her talk about that strategy for a minute.
Sure. There was an option to take on additional debt through the most recent state guidance that we received, and we did put in our application for that. We have not heard back on that, and that's not to say that we're taking out the debt, but that is a potential place where we could continue to look at. Other strategies are just maintaining the level of employees that we have today, looking at other areas where we can have some cost savings. But right now, looking forward into the next several years, we don't see where the increase in that PERS is going to create potentially losing FTE count. We are continuing to monitor it. I'm getting constantly updates from the PERS board to see where they're going to land, and specifically given what's going on right now, and they have not released a new report. But that is something that we're going to have to also watch pretty closely as we continue to look at the budget.
And do employees still pay all, does the city still pay all the employee pickup?
Yep.
For PERS? Yeah.
Yep, we do.
Mary, you out of everyone know that this is why you're cautious about how many people you bring on as an FTE count. And it's actually why right now, as we're talking to you about things like the library, we're holding on hiring permanent employees until we have a better sense of the fiscal impact for a couple of those positions. So it's just such an unknown time to be doing a budget, so much so that many of the cities asked the governor for a delay in the budget process because they couldn't predict what was coming. I feel good that we're balanced and that we've been conservative enough in our budget that we should not have additional impacts that would impact employees. But that's why we're coming back in 6 months.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I also ask, there's a sentence on page 51 that I just don't quite understand. I mean, you explained the paying up people's vacation time, but this says the main change that affects the city are work after retirement contribution requirements. What is that about?
So we do have some previously retired employees that we do pay for their benefits. And so I believe there's 2 right now that I could think of the top of my head. Yeah. So, and that is actually quite substantial for each of those departments. We have one in the library and one in the police department.
You mean they're retired and they're like rehired or something?
We had a commitment to pay 5 years of health insurance for a while, and it was in our, and actually Mary may have been here at the time.
That out.
Yeah. So it was a benefit to employees that if they served so many years that we would pay their health benefits for 5 years to get them through to Medicare, basically. It's expensive. And so we stopped that benefit a long time ago. The last 2 employees who qualified for that benefit retired.
When I was there, we had 10 or 11 that were, had the advantage of that program, and we were able to change it, but still those that were hired under that provision, we needed to honor that.
But there was no provision in there that if they were then rehired by someone else, that took the city off the hook?
That was not in the original agreement.
I love having the former HR director on this call. This is really helpful.
It was one of those things that, you know, when you come on board and you see something like that, you just kind of gasp.
And gasped, and it was already phased out when I got here. I have had a few people say, wouldn't it be great if we brought that benefit back? Not great.
Well, I mean, I understand the concept of the benefit, but
yeah.
I think there needed to be some rails around that clearly didn't exist. You know, given where we are in this country and our ridiculous system of healthcare, you know, protecting people that have worked for us for a long time until they can get on the federal plan makes sense. But if they should go be employed by somebody else, we shouldn't be on the hook anymore.
Well, and many of those employees who were with the city for that many years also are getting a nice PERS payout simultaneous as they retire. So we love them very much, though, and we do miss those employees. Other questions? Okay, I think I have one more section then. Do you want to keep going, Bonnie? So the city recorder, the main change here is actually, well, first and foremost, for any of you who have ever had the chance to work with Scott Stauffer and his team, he is just exceptional. He has remained the steady force as we have gone through COVID, and I've deeply appreciated everything he has done to make sure that the city is meeting all the rules and regulations around records retention, but also just figuring out, he became the Zoom czar and all this, which is actually a title he hates so much.
Wasn't the best time for a washer.
No, he really did. He hates Zoom at this point, and he has been an incredible gift to all of us as he has figured out all the nuances of making sure that we can hold these meetings and do all the work of the city. So I just want to thank him for that. There are a few things here that I think are just worth calling out, and one of them is a big deal that Amy Aschenbrenner was finishing up for us, and that's the implementation of a new boards and committees application and volunteer database. Because of COVID and Amy being able to focus so strictly on some projects, that's actually, the transition is now complete. So they have done excellent work on that front, and I appreciate it. And then going into moving forward, we're continuing to try and make sure that our electronic records are updated. We did have some success in having employees working on that during the shutdown for them early on. So some of those records were transferred. And then we've also, we now have this great boards and committee team, and they have a lot of roles to fill over the next several months. So That's going to be most of their work. The increase that you're going to see in Scott's budget really comes from Willamette Falls and the cost of that contract and having all of our meetings on here. Okay, then I think I am done. Kelly Brooks.
Hi, everyone. Maybe I can try to make up some time for you all. I think we're running a little behind. So I'm going to cover the city manager budget. And I just want to start just with a quick overview of who's on that team. We have 6 FTE now. One of those is new. That was added to support the community engagement goal. So we have assistant city manager, our events coordinator, that's the new position, community engagement program coordinator, our communication program manager, and an administrative specialist. So that's what makes up our small but mighty team. And interestingly enough, we created the events coordinator position, brought her on, and then immediately canceled all events due to COVID. So this has been an interesting time, but I will say I just want to give a shout out to Brenna, is her name. I immediately transitioned her over to helping us with all things FEMA and COVID. So she has been working a lot with our finance team on submitting reimbursement requests that are lengthy, and also just helping trying to navigate the world of events in the time of COVID. So sorting all the different directions that are coming from the state about what we can and can't do. So she still stayed quite busy, even though she came on during a period of pretty intense transition. So some of our major accomplishments for the last year, Anne continued to lead a successful goal-setting process with council to help focus our efforts as a city across all departments. We did produce the umbrella parade, the holiday tree lighting, winter solstice, Earth Day, volunteer appreciation dinner, and Carefree Sunday. I will say for this year, we had 2 cancel, both Earth Day and the volunteer appreciation dinner. And we are not going to be able to do Carefree Sunday this summer either, but we do have it programmed to continue after this year in the budget. We continued with the pilot newsletter. 11 months out of the year, everyone in the zip code gets a glossy, full-color edition of the pilot. It continues to be one of our most equitable ways, I would say, to communicate with the public, because we know it goes to everyone. You don't have to have a computer to access it. We continue to actually get pretty good feedback on it as a communication tool. We also continued to provide staff liaison and staff support to our neighborhood district association. So Jason Wex, he's the author of the report that I said wasn't online, that actually was online, because Jason's actually really good at his job. So good that I don't always know when the reports are done and are published. So he did that. It's great. He actually amped up that report quite a bit this year to add photos and some of the anecdotes, Councilor Heisey, that I think you were interested in seeing, so that folks can get a better sense of all the work that NDAs are doing with the NDA grant program dollars. But he also hosts leadership meetings with all the NDA leaders quarterly to talk through different issues. In the time of COVID, this has turned into helping our NDA boards meet. So getting them set up with Zoom accounts, coaching them, and helping them be able to operate those meetings has been what he's been busy with over the past month or so. We also provide staff support to the Parks Board, that's me, and we to the Arts Committee. So Jordan Emlaw, he's our communication program manager. He's the person who does the pilot and also manages the production of most of our marketing materials, which I'll talk more about in a couple of minutes. He's our liaison to the Arts Committee, and they have done a lot of really great work and continue to be very engaged in the community with that staff support. And here's that mention of the leadership program. So Anne, Christina Fadenrecht, and Stefan Lashbrook really came together with the support of Councilor Parks to pull together a really exciting and robust leadership program for the city of Milwaukee for the first time. And it went really well, and it's already been discussed, but it's something that's continuing into the future as well. So what do we want to do in the next budget? So we are going to continue with the community engagement goal. So this again is where you're seeing that continuation of the FTE. And we also are going to do some specific expenditures related to that goal. One of the ones I'm most excited about, we have engagement support services is the generic term, but I believe there's some resources, particularly online, that we're going to be able to deploy that provide more engaging platforms for folks to interact, particularly on our capital projects. So we're working right now through some contracts to that effect that hopefully we'll be able to deploy very early after this budget is adopted. We've put some additional resources in for translation services. That's something that has come up that we want to be able to have a little bit more access to. We also have a vehicle. So I don't know how many of our events you've been to, but there's usually a public works truck there that we borrow from Peter that we fill up, and so as we continue to do more and more events, just having the ability to transport materials back and forth between those places is a need that we've identified. Another thing that we did last budget cycle that we're continuing as well is more training. So we did train 5 staff in the International Association for Public Participation. We've also provided some of that training to our council and continue to deploy just those tools related to engagement so that we all can do it the same and have feel more, we have more expertise in the area of engagement to help us be more comfortable doing it and therefore getting out to the community even more than we already have been. And then also now I'll just say we are looking at just ways to creatively engage the public. So we do hope that by October-ish, November-ish, we can start to gather in larger groups, which means our winter events, which actually do tend to be our largest. Hopefully most of you have been to the Umbrella Parade or our Winter Solstice event. They have grown in size and continue to be very popular. And so we are hoping that those are things we are going to be able to continue to do. However, we are looking at other options right now. One thing that we're looking into is sort of an expanded sort of block party program. So once we get to that next level and more people can be together, what supplies or resources can we provide to help facilitate those types of gatherings? Let's go to do I have another slide, Bonnie? I can't remember how many slides I have. Okay. So we went through a similar activity and we reduced materials and services by 5%. I also did do a reduction. We had, in the last budget, I had assumed, I'm not a web expert, but we'd just done a major web redevelopment and I had programmed some funding in there to do some larger scale maintenance that we thought might be needed. At this point, we're not really planning for that. Like I said, we're going to invest our resources towards sort of an additional platform to do more online engagement, but basically keep the structure of our website as it is in place for this budget cycle. So you won't see any major changes to the City of Milwaukee website, and you can see that $20,000 there for capital outlay. That's the vehicle. I think those are the high points. Did I miss anything, Anne? Bonnie, questions? Oh, I did have a question. Can I say one thing? I had gotten a question about the marketing materials and what those are. And so actually we have if you go online, we have an online art show right now. Gabe Storm's worked a lot of different posters, and that's actually a nice sampling of the many different posters and art materials that have been created to help advertise city events over the years. But we do quite a few posters. We put them out in the information booth out in front of City Hall. We actually now have an additional information booth down at the plaza area over in the Adams Street connector. And then we also use those same materials online. you see a dip in the production of those materials for this year, and that is basically because Carefree Sunday, normally we would have been producing materials for that event for several months, and it actually creates quite a bit of content, deliverables, and marketing for that. So I pulled them back and then brought it back up for next fiscal year when we expect to be back at full steam. Okay, I think I'm done.
I had one question, which is workload indicators charts. The next to last line says new BCC applications received, and then shows a row of zeros. That can't be right.
We're canceling all the boards and commissions now. That actually transferred to Scott Stopper. So the city manager's office doesn't process them anymore. So what I should have put probably is NA or something, or we can delete it. But that's just a workload indicator that's switched to another team.
Okay. Yeah, that might bear some clarification or something.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll work on that. Anything else? Or do we want to talk about engineers?
Engineers.
Oh, I think that's going to be a longer discussion. Are we taking a lunch break?
Oh, I don't know. It's just the personnel. Oh boy. And now I'm scared, Lisa. No, I'm just kidding. This is just the personnel, the personnel budget. So it might actually not take that long. It's up to you all, though.
Well, if it's just that and it's not all the CIP, then that's probably okay.
But Kelly actually has to stay for both, and so does any other employee. So it's actually, if people are hungry and want to take a break, we can take a 30-minute break and come back. Does that work?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that puts us returning at 12:45. Thanks, everyone.
Bye.
Okay, we're back on air.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Can you hear me okay? Okay, so we are now going to just go through the engineering services budget. So this isn't the CIP. I will talk about CIP accomplishments a little bit here just because they are the accomplishments of this team in large part. But after I'm done, it'll go into the CIP section. And Peter and I are going to tag team that one. So your engineering department, they design and they build a bunch of stuff. They also manage our city's public right-of-way, including all permitting for work within that right-of-way. They assist our planning and building inspection departments with engineering requirements for development projects. And they also support our planners when they're developing new master plans, like for transportation, stormwater, water, wastewater, etc. So one of the things that we've already touched on just a little bit, but one of the biggest accomplishments from the last budget is just a lot of things got built. So some of that included finishing up a new bridge in Milwaukie Bay Park that had started the prior budget, but it got wrapped up last budget. We finished a bank stabilization project in the park as well. We completed our first two safe projects in Ardenwald and Selwood, as well as helped facilitate the completion of Wichita Park. We also replaced a clay sewer pipe in historic Milwaukie neighborhood. As Ann mentioned, there were a whole host, 9 projects in total down in South Downtown that were designed and completed, including a new tiled plaza, which we celebrated the opening of as well. Also completed the Kronberg Park multi-use path. So I think there may have been a couple more, but those are sort of the highlights. We were also pretty successful in competing for grant funding to help us with projects that are moving forward in this and future budgets as well. So including about $10.5 million towards the Monroe Greenway. And I just want to give a special shout out to the chairman of this committee, John, who helped advocate for those funds, and Councilor Beatty and Mayor Gamba and Councilor Heisey and Councilor Parks and Councilor Balconer. Everyone lent a hand to try to help us secure those resources, and we're excited to have them. We also worked through, last budget was really when we dug into kind of expanding our staffing levels to support a more robust project delivery service for the city. That included the creation of a new process for chartering our projects, making sure we had really clear scope, schedule, budget outlined, and creating a document that has interdepartmental review. And so far, it's been really helpful, and we're looking forward to continuing that and modifying it to make it keep working better for us moving forward. But the charters seem to be serving us well, as is our steering team that we have across the department directors, just to talk things through on a regular basis. So moving into 2021 and 2022, we're going to keep going. As you heard when we came and chatted with you all about capital projects, the number and rate of projects is going to continue at a pretty good clip. You're going to see more safe projects moving forward. Many of the projects that are in design now are moving into construction next year, and I've listed some of those before. We also are moving forward with the Lake Road project. We're designing it now. It will be constructed next year, and we will be beginning in earnest with the Monroe Greenway design work, and hopefully starting to get into construction of that as well. So those are kind of the highlights. Can we go to the next slide? Bonnie. Okay. So we are holding pretty steady here. So we did do the reduction in materials and services, just like everybody else. I believe there had been a question about kind of contractual services and an increase in that amount in the prior budget. And yes, there were some additional contractual services that were required in part because I was a city engineer for a little while, and couldn't do everything that our new city engineer could do, and we hadn't quite been able to bring everybody on board staffing wise. It took quite a while for us to kind of get up to the fully staffed mark. So there were some contractual services which we wouldn't expect to have moving forward. In terms of, there's some additional kind of modest increases we have more staff, and we've also signed them up for a membership for, I believe it's the Association of Bicycle and Pedestrian Engineers, and that's just because we are doing so many bike and pedestrian projects. But overall, I think we're holding pretty steady, unless anybody has any questions about that.
I didn't have any questions about my question isn't about the staffing or any of the numbers here, but I guess I was thinking that that when we hired new engineers, that some of that was coming out of SAFE, and this is showing it as general fund. And so then I looked back at the transfers page to see if I could understand, how much SAFE is funding of the engineering personnel, and I can't really figure that out. Is that something you can talk to?
I think I might need Bonnie's help for that one. Yes, I do know that in part how we are able to achieve this staffing level is related to SAFE and those dollars, but the mechanics of the transfer, I have to call for help.
Sure. So on page 65 of the budget, the hard copy budget book, the transfer schedule is pretty detailed and outlined in different capacities, which show the total cost drivers by department. Under engineering, that's considered functions served, and functions served is basically an allocation of the FTE count divided by the projects that are related to the funds in which they're going to be working in. So we got the allocation through the city engineer of whom is going to be working on what and how to parcel that out, and that is outlined in the transfer schedules.
Okay. So, I've been having trouble figuring out this transfer form anyway, so since we're here, SAFE and engineering, if you look at engineering and then you go over to SAFE, it says 1.85, 16%, 266.
Correct.
So what do those numbers mean?
So 1.85 is the employees that are within the engineering.
So he said 1.85 employees will be working on SAFE projects.
Correct.
Okay, good.
So,
okay.
And then that's 16% of the total engineering budget.
Okay. And what's
To see the incremental increase, you'd have to compare this schedule to a prior schedule. And that would be really for enthusiasts only.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, I'm finding this chart pretty inscrutable, but okay. And then what's the 266 was, I'm sorry, it's 208 is the cost driver. 185.
So the allocated costs are $266,000. That'll be moving back from SAFE into the general fund
Okay.
to cover the cost of those
1.85 employees.
Correct.
Okay.
And I will say, Council Beatty, I think it used to be set up a little bit differently, which might have been cleaner, which is you would have one person who did SAFE, and I would say they were my SAFE engineer, and I had one person who was SS&P, and they were, you would chunk it out more like that. Due to the integrated nature of our program now, most projects have multiple fund types, all the work happening, and so it's maybe a little bit less clear.
Yeah. No, I get that the engineers aren't all working on, in a stovepipe, and that's good. That's good. I just couldn't see how that was reflected on this budget page. So, thank you.
It's a good question.
So, what's included in the engineering services? That seems like a large number I know we've got a lot of great projects, but that still seems like a large number. So, how much is administrative? How many are engineers? Is there something else, a piece of public works or something included in that?
So my understanding, and Bonnie, please correct me if I do this incorrectly, but I mean, this is the cost of the department itself. So these are the salaries and benefits of the 11.5 FTE that are in the department, along with any charges that are made that aren't directly expended to capital projects.
So you're saying we have like 9 engineers and a couple administrative staff? That's what I'm asking is.
It's on page 98.
Okay, that's broken.
A personnel description, it says engineering director, assistant, or city engineer, assistant city engineer, project manager, 3 engineers, 2 associate engineers. Yeah.
Okay.
Down there.
So Mary,
Thank you.
this is Annover. Just going back to your time here at the city, when you were here, we probably only had like 4. And so, yeah. So it was a significantly smaller department. We ramped this up significantly because of the $81 million that we created all the projects from all the different departments that we ended up bonding for. So we expedited a whole bunch of projects and needed to bring a large number of staff in order to.
They're all regular status, not temporary or limited duration or that.
Yeah, and the reason was because the program itself is looking at 8 to 9 years to complete, and over that time you have enough attrition that you'll lose people as you near that finish line.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Oh, sorry about that. I probably should have given you the FTE at the beginning. That might have made it more clear. But any other questions? Okay. I think with that, I think Peter's up.
I'm up.
Okay.
Hi, everybody. I'm Peter Pastorelli, the Public Works Director. So I think Kelly and I are going to sort of tag team the first couple parts of this and as well as some of the CIP projects. So I think we're going to first talk about the system development charge and then transportation. And then after that, get the other utilities and public works and fleet and facilities. So next slide, Bonnie. Our SDC fund, and Kelly, jump in when you need to. This past budget cycle, we have been working on updating our water and wastewater system master plans. We're working with 2 different consultants. Water Systems Consultants is working on our wastewater master plan, and Tetra Tech is working on our water master plan. Over the last year, related to the wastewater master plan, we spent some significant time gathering flow data in the collection system, trying to understand how the system functions in dry weather and wet weather, and to see where we have infiltration and inflow, which plays into one of the big goals of WES is to try to reduce infiltration and inflow throughout the system that they treat. So we spent the last year doing that, and now the consultant's taking that data and modeling it and going to provide us a model that we can use to identify projects, key projects in terms of infiltration and inflow. On the water side, we've spent similar time going through and gathering data and information for the water master plan. One of the things we ran into on our water master plan is the GIS data that we had some problems in terms of its connectivity on how we use it, how we would use it in a model. And we've had to spend some time internally updating the GIS information that we have there. And we're really close to having that completed, that update of our GIS. And then we're going to use that to update the water model that we need to help us with our water master plan. I think by the early fall, we're going to have a draft that's ready for review. So that's where we are on that. So our goals coming up into the next year are to complete that water and wastewater master plan. And then I believe in FY22, we're going to start working on that transportation system master plan. I think we've budgeted about $100,000 to kick that off. And then in FY23, I think we've got some additional money budgeted for that. And then we're also looking at utilizing the SDCs on some wastewater projects, Monroe Street Greenway and the Meek Stormwater Project, north phase of that project in the next budget year coming up. Kelly, anything to add on that?
No, thank you for highlighting just the areas we should give you a preview of where the SDC funds on transportation would be headed, and you did it perfectly, which is going to Monroe Street Greenway and Home in Monroe, and then the next phase of the Meek Street Stormwater Project. Before we dig too much deeper though into these slides, I just want to make a general statement. One is thank you for spending time with us several months ago, back before COVID happened, to kind of dig into a lot of detail around the projects. We won't be going into that level of detail today, but hopefully most of this sounds familiar. The second thing is we did send out edits on the CIP, and I know there was a question about, hey, can you flag when things are changing between the original copy and the new copy? The majority of those edits were formatting in nature. So we had missing pictures, we had project number pages that didn't quite match, there were sort of descriptions, elements of the projects themselves that were a little bit off, or errors. So nothing substantive in terms of cost. The one place where there was a change that I will flag for you was in the Linwood project. There's some stormwater funds allocated to that actually weren't needed. So it went down in price. But that was kind of the one that I would just call out as where we had a major, what I would consider a substantial change to the actual dollar amount. The rest of them I won't bore you with, because it would be me saying, oh yeah, we found out that we had a missing page number or this. So just as we go along, if you have any questions, so please let me know.
So just to clarify, the printed version is right on the timelines in terms of what starts what fiscal year, Lake Road, et cetera,
Should be.
Okay.
It should be. Yeah, we didn't change, I don't recall changing dates around projects. I believe we made maybe one modification to a date, but it wasn't on a project timeline that would change what we printed in the original.
Okay, thank you.
One of the things that Kelly has done since she's been here that has been an exceptional help is actually create agreements amongst staff about where projects are, timeframes for those projects, who's responsible for which pieces. So this is actually substantially easier to look at this year, not for her, but for the rest of us, than it has been historically, and substantially more dependable.
But I will just say, it's a big document. There's a lot of projects. So if you're finding things, I know you'll tell me. I would highlight any major schedule or budget changes for you. Okay, I think that's it. I took over SDC slide to talk about that, but I think I'm done.
And then this is just sort of the budgetary outlook for the SDC fund. Nothing really important that I wanted to bring out. I don't know if Kelly, if you had anything on that?
No, I'm good.
So the next thing I wanted to talk about were the revenue projections for our utilities. So when we met, I think in February, I think we had a discussion on our revenue projections and rates that we were recommending to the council for the upcoming budget year. And so these were some of the things that we looked at in developing our revenues and rates recommendations. Are the water and wastewater rate study that we had done back in 2019. We looked at the construction cost index, 3-year average for Seattle. And then we looked at some different factors in terms of growth and consumption. And at the time when we were meeting in February, we had a little bit more optimistic projection in terms of growth and consumption on water and wastewater. At the time, we were indicating there would be probably about like a 1% growth in consumption based on new construction and just behavior, consumer behavior. And then we also, I think, had a little bit more optimistic outlook on investment income. And those have really sort of changed since then. And I've got, if we can go to the next slide, I can dive into that a little bit more. So I really wanted to focus on the water and the wastewater ones. Those are the ones that those revenues are driven by the consumption behavior of our customers. And as I mentioned earlier, we had a little bit more optimistic outlook back in February. Since then, because of COVID, we've made some conservative projections. We've relooked at those numbers and made some adjustments. And what we did was we're projecting now on water and both wastewater a 10% reduction in billed consumption. And then I also projected about a 1% reduction in billed accounts, seeing maybe businesses going out of business or whatever, and then that consumption, a loss in consumption, people just not using as much water, trying to save money and things like that. So that reflects into there. And I think the outcome of that on the water side is about $500,000 in revenue in the upcoming year, what we'd originally projected, and then about $1.5 million in terms of wastewater revenues over the 2-year period. Excuse me. About I would mention that March and April, we actually have seen an increase in consumption, about 10% across the board. A little bit higher on the residential side than the industrial side.
That is also, just so you know, Peter, Lake Oswego is having the same phenomenon right now, which was unexpected to them. And then I think it was Westland also mentioned that they were seeing increases.
Because everybody's home, right?
Everybody's home, but I think we were expecting a decrease on our commercial side or on our industrial side that was significantly more than we're currently seeing.
Well, on our largest industrial customers, we had about an 11% increase. That includes PCC, so they were actually using water heavily through April. And I'm comparing that to last year. So March and April of this year compared to March and April of last year. It actually
more cleaning, perhaps.
Perhaps.
Oh no, we don't know. That's part of the difficulty of predicting right now. So we're not sure if that's going to continue or decrease, explaining why where we're at today. But I really appreciate Peter's been watching this super close with Judy. No, not with Judy, with Joyce. It's been really helpful to get a weekly update sort of about how things are changing on that demographic.
Yeah. Yep. On the transportation side, we had some discussions with some of the various regional municipalities and other governmental agencies, and some of the projections that we were seeing there was I think a 40% reduction in the month of March and April in state gas tax revenues. So future projections on that was that was going to start to rebound this summer, start to go back up this summer and regain some of that. But we're projecting about a 12.5% reduction in state gas tax. And then the privilege tax, which is what PGE pays. I had some discussions with them, and they're projecting perhaps about a 10% reduction in their gross revenues based off of the current situation. So we factored those into the new revenue projections. The stormwater utility relatively stays flat because we build that on impervious surface areas and it's a flat rate. So we didn't really make any adjustments to that. So those are really sort of the adjustments that we made to the revenue projections. The biggest hits are to the water and the wastewater, and then some on the state gas tax. I did want to mention, I did catch part of the discussion about the low-income assistance, and probably this is a good place to talk about that. As you know, other than the program that Bonnie talked, we also have a low-income assistance program that ties into our utility rates. And for water, if a customer qualifies, and it's a income-based qualification, if they're qualified, then They pay no fixed customer charge on water. And then we did set up last year in our rate structure a dual-tiered rate for customers that don't use a lot of water. So if there's a low-income customer that's not using a lot of water, they can take advantage of that if they use 3 units or less in a month. So they get a discount of about $5 as well on that. Excuse me, not $5, but there's a discounted rate related to the volume fee. And then on the wastewater, we take off a half off the fixed charge, as well as the stormwater fee. And then on SAFE and SSNP, those customers are exempt from paying those fees. So the other program that I think that Ann mentioned earlier was a low-income assistance program that we were going to take some dollars from each of our 5 utilities to put together about a $50,000 package that we're looking to bring online in July. We're looking at working with St. Vincent de Paul on that, and we're pretty close with the contractual documents on that. But to qualify for that program, the customer would get with St. Vincent de Paul, and they would have to demonstrate that they're in a financial emergency, that they're a utility customer of the city, that they live in the city of Milwaukie, and that they're over 18 years of age. And then St. Vincent's de Paul would pay the utility bill for that customer. And we've set it up. The parameters for that is we'd set it up for 2 months worth of utility bills up to $400. So that's really sort of the parameters of that program.
Question, not that I'm imagining there's a whole lot of households that are headed by 17-year-olds, but was there a particular reason that we put a parameter of they had to be 18 years of age?
That was the recommendation from St. Vincent de Paul. So that's certainly something that we could change.
It's probably meaningless. It struck me. It sort of stood out as, why would you put that parameter on?
This is part of why we've been working with St. Vincent's de Paul, is because they actually have already set up systems for vetting these applicants. They've been great to work with. I want to give them huge kudos, and we appreciate their willingness to figure this out with us. But like Peter said, Mayor, if there's something in there that you don't like, let us know. We actually will be coming back to council before we implement this. My ask to Peter was to get the contract in place just so that we are able to go quickly once we realize that we need to go. So I would also just be cautious about the date when that would go live, just because council may not need it yet. Lake Oswego has had a total of $1,000 expended out of their account at this point. And we want to make sure we're using it when the time is right.
So the outcomes of some of these revenue projections, as you'll see later on, caused us to make some changes to some of the projects that we have in our CIP, particularly on the water and the wastewater side. So we've deferred our Stanley Reservoir tank painting project to the following budget cycle, and the wastewater, the Waverly Heights collection system project. We've deferred that as well. Those are 2 projects that are certainly important projects, but they're not tied in with other projects that would make it difficult to unbundle, and they're not currently causing us major issues. But there's certainly things that need to happen. Any questions on that?
I guess, we were making those projections, and some of them aren't, at least in the short term, playing out as dire as we had predicted. I'm assuming that there's just that you had to make a call the ball sort of moment, and in order to get bids and things like that, and so that's where we are, regardless of the fact that we're not taking the losses that we thought we might.
Correct. And I think that October, again, this is the date where we are 6 months into this and we're going to be coming back with any significant changes to the budget. Our goal has been that the changes that we have to make are actually to the positive, so to the benefit of doing more, not less, because we took a more conservative approach. But we'll know that hopefully in the next few months after we see how the recession plays out, especially as people return to work, if they do, and how that looks.
And I would note on that $50,000 fund that I anyway still hold out hope that the state may provide us with the funding to cover that, because of the CARES Act funding that came down to the states. Portions of that should be shared out to local governments, and that is one of the eligible ways that money could be used.
Yes, I think that's a great idea, and I would remind everybody. So when we talk about our utility bills, we're not including the electric bill and the natural gas bill. If somebody's listening, so these are just for the city-owned utilities, which would be the water, wastewater, our SAFE and SSMP, and stormwater bills. Okay, Bonnie, next slide, please. So we'll move on to transportation, and I'm sure there'll be lots of questions, but I'm gonna start off with the first couple accomplishments here. So last summer, the public works staff actually managed a slurry seal project. We did about 6.1 miles of slurry seal throughout the city in the month of July, and I think it went well. The pricing came in well below what we expected. It was a joint project that we went out for solicitation with Beaverton and Hillsborough and I think Oregon City. So we got really good competitive pricing from that, and we were able to get that project done. So that project went really well. And then in the last budget year, we replaced our asphalt paving truck, which was an older truck that we ended up actually getting a new truck that replaced two trucks, and it actually got rid of using propane. It's got an electric heater for it to keep the asphalt heated, so we were able to reduce some of the carbon emissions, that greenhouse gas emissions that we were having, and get rid of two trucks for one. And it's worked out really well, and the crew really enjoys working with it. So it's made their lives easier. And then we've got the long list of projects. I think Kelly already mentioned the Milwaukie Bay Bridge replacement project, the downtown improvements that Layla's talked about earlier this morning, the multi-use path, and elevated walkway projects, Ardenwald, Selwood, the SSMP projects, and McBride, which is currently going on right now, which also includes some other utility work, water and storm work as well in that project. Kelly, anything on that you wanted to point out?
No, I think you did a great job. Thank you.
Oh, Bonnie, next slide. I was trying to press the next slide. 21-22 goals. Kelly,
Hold on. I can see Lisa, also Brady trying to ask something.
I just wanted to know if you mentioned the replacing the concrete or the paving truck. Didn't we also replace street sweepers, or was that the last budget cycle? I thought we also replaced street sweepers.
We did. That was in the last budget cycle.
It was? Okay.
2017-18, yes.
Oh, okay. Okay.
But they are still lovely, and we love them very much. They are great machines.
We need them over here in Island Station, I will say. Okay.
Peter, I think you were handing off this slide to me, if that's correct. So I'll do this one. So for 2021-22, I actually don't believe this is an exhaustive list of all the projects, but I think it's most of them. And a lot of them are 2-year projects, so many of them are under design now, but will actually be constructed next year. So the ones that are going to be completed, Lake Road, unfortunately, we had hoped to get that done this summer, and due to the fact we are using a pervious pavement in that project, which can't be laid down after September. And so the timing of that has gotten to the point where we definitely want to maintain the use of pervious pavement. If we don't do that, we add about $500,000 into the scope of that project for stormwater facilities. So we have unfortunately opted to pave next summer so that we can use that pavement, but it has pushed it into completing next year instead of this year. River Road and 22nd, under design now. We actually expect to go out to bid soon on that, but it will be constructed next summer. Linwood, finalizing design now, same summer construction date, 42nd, 43rd. Again, we're almost wrapping up design for that and expect to go out to bid soon. Homewood, Edison, SAFE, and SSMP. This is certainly a set of projects that a lot of folks have been interested in for a long time, and we're excited to get that actually done in this next budget. I've already talked, so we have Harvey Street. You can see all these. The one I want to highlight, Milwaukie Elementary, El Puente School. That's a collection of quite a few different SAFE segments that we bundled into one project that we hope to pursue a state Safe Routes to School grant for. So there'll be more to come on that one soon. And I've already talked about the Greenway. And then we have some crack sealing.
And that
work that's going to happen as well.
Yeah, that crack sealing is done with our internal staff, work that we do in the summer and early fall. Okay, next slide. This slide here's the revenue stream for the combined state, gas, SSMP, and SAFE. So this is where you might see some of those reductions in revenues based off some of our new projections. And I think I would highlight there on the interest income, and Bonnie could probably speak to this too. So, you know, with the interest rates as low as they are, we're certainly not seeing the interest that we were seeing before on funds that we've had on hand. So there's a significant decrease in that interest income as well.
That's correct, Peter. We're anticipating that the rates will continue to be as low as they are. Additionally, what we do take into account too, and I think this was a question that came up in the Q&A section, was that the interest is also tied to the cash flow. So as we start spending down more on the cash that we received for the debt proceeds, for example, that gets taken into account when we do the revenue projections for the interest income.
And then you can see at the bottom, we're projecting the issuance of debt for the second phase of SAFE in FY22, $21 million. Any questions?
This is Linda. So, and we're also expecting $352,000 each year from the county vehicle tax registration increase, right?
Yes, that VRF.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah. And I think we reduced that as well by a certain percentage as well, right, Bonnie? That we would do that as well.
Okay, so that's after reduction then?
Yeah,
the number that's in there. Good.
We originally thought it was going to be around $400,000 a year.
Okay. All right, thank you.
That's correct.
Thanks. So on the public works side, so this is our funding for the expense side of public works, and Renelle Sears is our supervisor for both the streets and water, and she does a fantastic job. Right now, she's got a staff of 4 working for her. We do have a vacancy in the streets division since February, and we've made the call to hold off on hiring and filling that position right now until we get a better understanding of what our state gas tax revenues are going to look like. In the last budget, we increased the FTEs in the street division from 4.5 to 5.5, that one person, and hired somebody. Because we were getting some additional state gas tax. But right now with the projections, we're going to hold off on filling that. The position's budgeted, but we're just holding off right now to fill that. That will impact some of the summer work that we do. One of the other things that we've done is we have held off on our seasonal employees as well, hiring seasonal employees. We usually have 1 or 2 seasonal employees in all of the public works divisions assisting us with some of the summer work, but we've held off on that with the exception, I think, of storm. I think we have 1 half-time position budgeted in storm. I think on the material and services, the big jump in 21 to 22 is some bond issuance costs. That's why that number goes from about 590 to 953. But other than that, we did make some 5% reductions as well from our originally proposed budget that we'd started off in January to reduce some of the impacts. Any questions?
I'm sorry, you said the increase in materials and services is bond services costs?
Yes, I think there's about...
The safe bonding?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Next slide, please. So I will walk through the 3 other utility funds and then our Public Works, Facilities Management, and Fleet Services funds as well. Next slide, Bonnie. So our water fund, we had a busy year the last year, last 2 years. One of the things we got accomplished was we completed our SCADA master plan. And if you recall, I've discussed this project before, but our SCADA system is the automated computer system that we use to operate our utility remotely, our water utility, to turn on pumps and wells and make sure that we're adding the right amount of chlorine to disinfect the water, that the water's getting pumped out when it needs to get pumped out, and the reservoirs are getting filled, and we can manage all of that system through desktop workstations and laptops that we have set up at work. We've been running a SCADA system that was constructed in the mid to late 90s. And we're starting to see a lot of problems with that system in terms of communication errors, not being able to find, not being able to easily find repair parts for some of the components. So we've put together a plan, and the SCADA master plan really sort of outlines what our needs are to bring the system up to something that's easy to operate, easy to troubleshoot, has a good network infrastructure, reliable, redundant communications, and it's secure from cyber attacks. So that plan outlined that. So now we're in the process of working on the design. This year, working with Tetra Tech to do that. So we're working on that project right now, going through the design process of that. We completed the first phase of our well number 2 replacement, which is at 40th and Harvey. If you recall, that well had a crack in the casing, and we weren't able to pump as much water out of it as we had been in the past. We drilled a new well about 20 to 30 yards away in 40th and Harvey, drilled it a little bit deeper, and found out that actually we're going to have a little bit more capacity on that well. So as part of that, we've upsized the pump that we're going to put in there. It's going to give us a little bit more flexibility on how we pump water into the system, which is nice. That second phase of that project right now is out on the streets we're going to get bids. Hopefully we're going to open up bids on June 17th and then bring something back to council to award in July. We also did our water cost of service and rate study last year in 2019 that made the rate recommendations over a 5-year period and did some revenue projections. We've got the McBride project going on right now. As part of that project, which is a bundled project that I mentioned, we've got about 3,000 feet of new water main that's going in, and we're putting in new water services to the customers down there. And then part of the downtown work we did, we put in new water main and extended some water main there to make some connections there as well. So I talked a little bit about the second phase of the SCADA. The SCADA system also impacts our wastewater utility because we also operate our pumping stations, wastewater pump stations that we have, the 5 pump stations remotely as well. So this is just a component of that project. There's also about $700,000 or so on the wastewater side that we're going to use. The second phase of the well. We anticipate once we get the bids and finish up and construct it, that we'll have that online in early 21, calendar year 21.
And is the old well decommissioned then?
The old well will be decommissioned, and that's about a $50,000 cost. That's part of this. That'll be part of this project. One of the other things that we have to do this over the next year, there was a 2019 American Water Infrastructure Act that Congress put out there that requires all water utilities to go through and update vulnerability assessments for their water utility. Back in like 2002, 2003, after 9/11, Congress mandated utilities to do something similar to this. So this is an update to that process, and what that does is it looks at how's the water utility vulnerable to physical and cybersecurity attacks. So we have to go through and look at all of the facilities that we have and look at it in terms of resiliency and redundancy and cybersecurity and those physical security issues, and do an assessment. Submit that assessment to the state by June 30th of 21, and then subsequently to that, we have to update our emergency operations plan for our water utility by by December 31st of the same year, 21. So that's what those dollars are associated with, and that's one of the reasons why you'll see that number in the material and services side jumped up a little bit there. Want to finish up the water master plan that I mentioned earlier. And then we have about almost $4.7 million of program bundled and unbundled projects as well in our water utility over the next 2 years. Harvey, 36th, 33rd, Roswell, 29th Avenue, River Road, we're doing a lot of work over there, updating our how we regulate pressure in Island Station and putting in also some new water main in there as well. Kelly, anything you wanted to add on any of those projects? Most, when I say bundled, they're tied in with SAFE and SSNP and transportation projects. So that way we only have to open up the street once.
No, I don't have anything to add. Thank you, though.
So I was looking at some of the CIP things on that, and it looks like, some of them are, well, no, I guess it was the wastewater where we had the roots coming in and stuff like that. But so some of these pipes are old and they're the lead lined, and we're updating them, and some of them are actually putting in bigger pipes, as I understand it.
There is some of, and it ties back into our old water master plan. So there were some recommendations related to work in terms of upsizing pipes to increase fire flow in parts of the community. There were some places that we weren't meeting we were marginal on meeting our fire flow requirements. So that's part of those some of the projects. Some of them are replacing pipes that are just old, and we know that we're doing work, and let's get it done with. And then some of them are related to transferring services from old pipes to new pipes for whatever reason. Some projects that were done in the past, we didn't transfer services from some of the older pipes to the newer infrastructure that was put in several years back. And it might have been a cost savings measure. So that's part of what we want to try to do as well.
You're saying in those streets, we have 2 pipes running because we had to keep the old pipe to serve certain
Yes.
people?
Yeah, so we'll end up abandoning some of those systems and then transferring the services and probably some of the hydrants as well.
Before we go into the next fund, I did just want to take a minute. Kelly Brooks at this point would be about done with her need to jump in here, but she did not go over any parks issues during her presentation. So Lisa, it sounded like you actually had a couple of things you wanted to ask, and so before you lose her, sorry Peter for slowing you down. I wanted to give Kelly a chance to answer any of those questions before jumping off.
Lisa, you're muted. I'm trying to find stuff. Sorry, I thought you were talking.
And if you need more time, Peter can go through his next stuff, and I can break in at the next one.
Lisa, would it be easier if we came back?
Sure, unless somebody can point to the page Dogwood Park is on. Oh, sorry. I guess I don't need that. Yeah.
Kelly, do you know where it is in the budget back? It's in the CIP.
I don't know page numbers. I'm not like Bonnie. She's see.
On the CIP, it looks like it's Dogwood Park improvements. I think start on.
Oh yeah, here we go.
Page 6 of the PDF, page 2 of the CIP.
Yeah, the summary is on page 69. You want the project page?
I'm in the printed copy, so whatever the project page. Yeah.
70.
Pardon?
Page 70.
70.
70 of the CIP.
That's of the budget or the CIP? I'm sorry.
CIP.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Right, so that's anticipated, I guess that's my question. That's anticipated to be enough money, $70,000.
No. Well, I think it's not. It depends on what you're talking about, the scope. So right now I'm doing just a very minor set of improvements. Basically at this point it'll probably be some grading and maybe some tree planting. So I don't know. That is the amount that when we talked about how to divvy up the local share, that was the amount that PARB, and then when we chatted with council, was willing to dedicate here. So that's why that dollar amount is on the low side. It's not tied to necessarily a specific scope. I'm still working with Kurt Lango on kind of the design options that he's been working through, and then we're going to have to take a look at that and take another look at potentially, what other sources might be out there. There were some funds that had been raised in the community by Sunshine Daycare to help augment, and we have to have some future conversations with our friends at NCPRD. But that dollar amount is because that's what the agreed amount coming out of the local share for the city would be. Does that answer that question?
Yeah, I guess so. And so it's the same answer applies to Scott Park. I mean, it's got a higher dollar amount, but it's really not, you're not saying that's necessarily going to be enough to do it.
Yeah, Scott Park, though, I would say is more based on a planning estimate that I got from NCPRD. And we ended up going with the figure that they provided and then taking it down, I think it was by about 20%, because we did think it was a viable candidate for grants. So the Scott Park number is more tied to a planning estimate. The Dogwood Park number is more tied to, that's the amount of money that's left that can go towards Dogwood Park. And we still need to work through what that can actually be in terms of amenities.
Okay, thank you.
And now we're back to Peter.
I think the next slide. So our budget for our water utility, we have 7.5 people. I mentioned before that Renelle Sears is our supervisor for both the water and streets division. And she has 7 other employees that work for her. They do a fantastic job. We do have, certainly we have some new people on board that are learning and doing fantastic. Dawn Simonson actually retired last year, so Dawn's no longer with us. You may recall he retired, I think it was March or February of 2019. And since then, Jamie Clark has taken over his role as, or Dawn's previous role as water quality coordinator, and she's been really doing a fantastic job there. I wanted to point out a couple things on the materials and services line. We did have a larger increase coming up in FY 2021. Part of that is that $100,000 for the new vulnerability assessment, that AWIA assessment. So that's a one-time charge. That's part of our professional services fee. And then likewise, I would mention, because of some of the revenue projections that we made, those actually reduced the amount of franchise fees that the utilities contribute back to the transportation fund. So those are based off of 8% of the gross, based off of 8% of the fees and charges that we get from those utilities. So when there's a reduction in those fees and charges from our customers, that reduces that franchise fee that the water, wastewater, and storm pay to the transportation fund. So that went down a little bit as well. Any questions on water? Wastewater. I mentioned the SCADA wastewater master plan and the wastewater cost of service study. We did that as a joint water wastewater cost of service study. And then I think really some really big things that the wastewater team did, just phenomenal. They cleaned over and inspected over 50% of the system over the last in the last year, actually. Just a phenomenal, or combined amount, just a phenomenal amount. They really worked hard on making sure that the system is flowing as it's supposed to be, so things aren't backing up into people's homes or backing up into the streets. So they're doing a phenomenal job. Usually you're lucky to get maybe 20% a year. So, they're getting 25% in cleaning, and on the inspection side, pushing, close to 32-33% a year. Really a great job. So they've also been able to identify deficiencies in our lines that tie back into the master plan updates that we're doing for the collection system on the wastewater side as well. So they did a really phenomenal job. The SCADA project, I mentioned, it's a joint water and wastewater project, so there's about $635,000 that we have budgeted there. We're going to complete our wastewater master plan update this summer, early fall. And then we have a big ticket item, a big sewer vac replacement. Our current sewer vac that we have is a 2007 model, doesn't meet the current diesel standards. It's one of those pieces of equipment that was grandfathered in, so it's been in operation for 13 years. We have this programmed in our, for purchase in our next, in FY22. It'll probably take about a year to get that constructed by the manufacturer, so we're going to start this summer researching what we want to get and nailing down, what those features are. One of the things that we want to do is add a water recycler onto that. So what that allows us to do is recycle the water, so we don't have to go back and connect to hydrants and fill up with water, and reuse the water that we have. So it cuts down on the number of trips that we're making back and forth, so we save fuel and use less and produce less greenhouse gases. So that's a big ticket item that we're getting ready to purchase this upcoming budget year. And then we've got about $2.9 million, almost $3 million of program bundled CIP projects that are tied in with some of our SAFE and SSMP projects. Big one, Home and Monroe Lift Station one, that's one where we've got some problems with the pipe coming in, some capacity problems, some of the pipe lining inside is broken and causing us problems getting it cleaned. We'll be using some SDC dollars along with that, and as well as some wastewater fund dollars. And then we have some individual projects that we've combined into almost a $500,000 project that we're going to do as well. And those are those projects where we see set pipes that are sagging or structural components, problems in the pipes. Now these are generally pipes that are concrete pipes. Other than Waverly, I think we've pretty much replaced all of our clay pipe that we have. So these are older concrete sections of pipes that have been damaged over the year or have structural problems. So we've got that project coming up that we'll be working on as well.
Can I ask Peter, I noticed that Linwood has no water and no wastewater components, so everything's good out there?
It is.
Yeah.
We're in good shape there. Originally, we thought we had some, we thought we were going to have to replace the stormwater line going across the school, going across the school's property, but the engineering team came up with some alternative solutions, and I think Kelly mentioned we were able to save some dollars there on that Linwood one. Any other questions on that side? Next slide then. So our wastewater team, Shane Hart is the supervisor for that team, and he's got 4 staff that work with him. This is one of the smaller teams that we have in Public Works. They basically generally just clean and repair and inspect our collection system. And pump stations that we operate. We have 5 pump stations that we operate as well. So they're the team that goes out there and takes care of that system. Shane's responsibilities are also split between the stormwater fund as well. I really didn't have anything big in terms on the wastewater side that I hadn't shared yet in terms of cost. I don't know if there are any other questions on the wastewater fund expenses. No. So I think the next one's stormwater. So I did want to talk about the stormwater fund. So in our last budget, we did dedicate funding for riparian habitat restoration to Johnson Creek, North Clackamas, watershed councils, and then also the Backyard Habitat, the Audubon Society programs to try to increase participation within the community with some of those restoration efforts. We provided them about $7,500 a piece. We've included that in our upcoming budget as well. This ties in with some of our strategies related to our our NPDS permit, our stormwater management plans that we have. So we have to demonstrate some of these, that we're meeting some of the goals that we've outlined in our stormwater management plan. And, you know, one of the big things that we have a problem with related to stormwater is temperature. So a lot of this restoration efforts that we do along the watersheds and in backyards help reduce the temperature in our urban watershed. We did construct a greenhouse out here at JCB on the Castanelli property that we purchased, and we're using that for plant propagation. So Julian actually grows a lot of the plants that we put into the stormwater features that we have, the green infrastructure that we have throughout the city. So when those die, he's been growing things that we use to replace. So we've got two small greenhouses that we're using. He also has been propagating some trees, and we've been growing some trees as well. We updated our street tree list in the Public Works standards back in the fall when that was updated. We added a natural resource technician early on last budget cycle, and that Sinu was his name. He actually left at the end of December, and we recently replaced him. Actually, this week we had a new employee start in our stormwater division. Galen Hafshowski started this week on Monday. So we're glad that he's able to join us. We also did our first Friends of Tree event last April 2019, and then in the fall we had a subsequent Arbor Day event in late October out here at JCB and planted some trees. And if you haven't been out there, Lisa and Angel, since we planted, to see what they've done, they're all doing well and growing well. So they're doing good. We started the Meek Street project, that south phase of that project, and it looks like by the end of this year we hope to have 2,600 feet of new storm pipe in the ground. I think they've gone across the Harrison and are moving onto Washington Street there, extended, and we'll be working on the detention facility that they're going to put in next to the McFarland site as well, on the opposite side of the street. And then we did a lot of street work on Washington Street, or storm sewer pipe replacement on Washington as part of the downtown work. I did already mention that we do have provided some additional funding for that riparian habitat restoration for Johnson Creek, the North Clackamas Watershed Council, and the backyard habitat. We're updating those MOUs to reflect the new agreements, and we're going to extend those agreements out for a little bit as well. Also within this budget, we've allocated about $120,000 over the 2 years to do a tree inventory. We're hoping that's more than we need. One of the things that we'd like to do is try to do a community-based tree inventory where we get some volunteers to help us out. But if we're not able to do that, this will get us a really good start and do that. It just sort of depends on what's going on with COVID and if we'll be able to do that. We've also allocated some money related to tree planting for a tree planting program. You know, as you know, we did adopt an urban forest management plan and our climate action plan. And in both of those documents, one of our goals is to increase our urban forest canopy from about 26% to 40%. And this is one of the ways that we can do that is having a proactive planning program that's in addition to the planning that we do with related to development and infrastructure projects. So these are also dollars that we're going to spend to proactively plant from the public works side throughout the community. We did do some of that planning last year as well on 17th and on various other streets through the city. We did some street tree plantings as well. And then also coming up, we have the north phase of Meek Street. The design's complete, and we're looking at starting construction, I think, the FY22 part of that budget year. Any questions or comments? Next slide. So this is certainly, the stormwater division is one of our larger divisions, eight employees there. And we do have half of that's a seasonal employee. We do have a half-time seasonal employee budgeted. With the, with the number of rain gardens that we've constructed over the years, it really becomes difficult to maintain those with the staff that we have. So we need that additional seasonal person to help us in the summer in terms of maintaining those structures. And that's weeding, and unfortunately in the summer when it gets dry, we have to water some of those facilities as well to keep the planting materials thriving. One of the things that we're trying to do, Julian's been trying to do too, is trying to find plant material that don't need as much water frankly in the summer. So he's been working on that. That's some of the things, some of the plants that he's propagating in his greenhouse to test out in rain gardens.
Well, we heard that that seasonal employees weren't being hired, but this is one exception.
This is the one exception. I have one half-time employee.
Okay.
But we're holding on that right now. I haven't filled that, so. But that's the one exception. Yes.
I would be interested in knowing where the city's rain gardens are.
Oh boy, we can put a map together for you. I can have our GIS.
That would be great. Yeah.
Because they are like all over the community. Yeah. We can do that. And I'll get that sent out to the budget committee.
Thank you.
There's a very obvious example, Leslie, in front of the new library.
Right.
Well, and all along the light rail line, there's a lot of it there too. Yeah.
Hey, Peter, I believe that you have just Public Works admin, right? Is that all that's left?
Fleet and facilities too.
Okay. Can you plan on being done within about 10 minutes?
I can.
Thank you.
Okay, next one.
We're actually we're getting closer to the end, and we're in the balance of whether or not we need to come back. So I just want to make sure that you all have that choice, and if you decide you want to get it all done today, you have time.
The next slide, Bonnie. Public Works. So Ann mentioned, I think in her section, that we did adopt a climate action plan. That was back in October of 2018. Subsequently to that, we hired Natalie to be our climate action and sustainability coordinator. She's done a fantastic job and is really just really top notch. We did adjust our goals in January. We became more aggressive on our goals and pushed our time frame up 5 years on all three of our goals that we have on related to climate action. We also adopted our urban forest management plan last March of 2019. Last summer, we signed a contract, a 15-year contract with PGE, a purchase power agreement with PGE for our Green Future Impact, which will provide the city, local government, a much cheaper renewable green source of energy. We roughly reduce our cost on that by about 2/3. We used to pay about 0.3 cents for a premium on renewable energy, and now it's 0.1 cent. So we've got a really good reduction there and some savings. Roughly about $5,000 a year in savings that we're going to see related to that. That project should come online in late 2021, and it's going to be getting energy from a 162 megawatt solar facility in Gilliam County on a 1,200 acre site. It's going to have about 300 union jobs involved in constructing that. We adopted our home energy score in January. We are looking at options on how we're going to implement that. We may come back to council with a recommendation depending on how things look about deferring the implementation to perhaps January based on how things are going. Last April, the Milwaukie Electric Avenue was came online, and then I would ask you, if you haven't already looked at them, on our website we put together story maps for all of our utilities and our climate action plan that really tell the story through maps and in a narrative on how the utilities operate, how water gets to your house, and how it gets to the wastewater treatment plant, how we deal with stormwater, and as well as how we're focusing on climate. So those are available to look on our city's website. Over the next year, we're going to be really working hard with PG to come up with some options to provide our entire community 100% carbon-free electricity to meet our goal in 2030. We're working with planning and community development on updating tree code, both on the private side, looking at providing additional tree protection and preservation standards. I will have a package that I'm going to be bringing to council in July on the public side. We're going to be working on updating our climate action plan, and then I mentioned our home energy score implementation. We've allocated some dollars for low income assistance on that as well, about $5,000. Next slide, please. I've got roughly 7 employees in Public Works. I've got myself, 2 administrative staff, Natalie, our GIS, our Climate Action Sustainability Coordinator, Jerry, our Environmental Services Coordinator, and then Nick, our GIS Coordinator, and Dave Butcher, our Asset Management Technician. They all do a phenomenal job, and they're a great team to work with.
Just as a reminder, this is a transfer from other departments. It's not a new FTE.
Yeah. Yes, that's right. So yeah, we moved Jerry from wastewater and storm. Jerry takes care of our fats, oil, and greases and our stormwater programs. So he's funded from those utilities.
So, and also just to clarify, the FTE count across the board on page 61 has a lot more detail in the budget book that shows what all those ins and outs come from. I know there was a question that came in earlier, so I'm trying to get in the answer here. But basically, this is the last piece that you really see in the total FTE count of all the movements that we've had in this coming proposal.
I do have some money related to updating our climate action plan that I mentioned on the last slide as well, but also we did put in some money in this upcoming FY21, some additional dollars for COVID response. I think $30,000 for that in our emergency services part of our budget there.
And that's primarily for updating our buildings as staff return.
Yep. Any questions there? Facilities management. So, our facilities team did a phenomenal job helping the library move shelves and get the temporary library set up and get utilities, as well as the rest of our utility crew, our wastewater and water teams also got those utilities established for that facility. But they spent a lot of effort getting that library moved. And then over the last several months, we've been spending a lot of time commissioning the systems in the library, heating and cooling systems, the lighting systems and trying to get those optimized and working appropriately. I will say we've realized about a $17,000 a year savings in our electric and natural gas side through being part of the strategic energy management program that we work with the Energy Trust on. So that's really digging down into the details and optimizing systems that we have through our facilities to try to get as much savings as we can. We also get bonuses, checks cut. We get about, I think we got $4,000 or $5,000 from the Energy Trust for meeting our goals as well on that program last year. So we just spent a lot of time on that energy side. And then the last several months we've been spending with really spending a lot of time ordering and trying to get materials to make sure we have the means and methods to keep our facilities clean moving forward. And that's also one of our goals coming up into the new year as well. Damien's going to be working with Allison on co-managing that renovation project in the new City Hall. And then we're looking at optimizing those library systems. There's still some work that we have to do on the HVAC side, on getting those things commissioned and nailed down so we can realize the energy savings that we plan on. And then they just really work hard on trying to implement solutions to reduce those energy use across the different facilities, as well as maintain the facilities that we do have.
Peter, just further to some comments made earlier, I do think infrastructure that we add for COVID, such as temperature gauging and stuff like that, again, does seem like something that we should be able to get reimbursed from the state.
We have been. We've been tracking those expenses, and we've been submitting them to finance to submit for. There's some grants I think that we've already got some dollars back on for some of those expenses already.
We did, and the second submission went in yesterday.
I just was, I don't want us to feel, since it is a potential reimbursement, it's an area where we shouldn't feel too constrained in our, in our desires or whatever. Whatever you decide is good, an appropriate response, we shouldn't be too deterred by the cost of whatever that might be.
Well, one of the things we're running into is just getting the items that we need.
Yeah.
So, because everybody's trying to do the same thing, getting disinfectant wipes. We started ordering those back in February, and I think we've made an order every week. So we're finally getting things that we ordered in the beginning of March on hand. But it's taken a long time to get things that we've ordered: disinfectant wipes, hand sanitizer, the
masks,
dispensers, masks. Yes, all that stuff we've been working on. Trying to make adjustments with our infrastructure to make things so people don't have to touch things, like in the restrooms. We've got about 28 faucets. It's about $1,000 a faucet to change it out to like a touchless faucet system. So, we're looking at ways to try to manage that cost, but yeah, there's a lot of money there. So those are things that we're going to seek reimbursement on as well. So
I do have a question about Public Works. We've heard a lot today about some really exciting projects that are moving forward, whether it's affordable housing, park, etc. And so are we managing into that with the support structure? As you went through all the Public Works Department, they're holding staff, but won't there be more that they have to do as far as maintenance on systems, wastewater, streets, etc.? So that may still be a few years out as things get moving with some of these projects, but are we looking at the maintenance as things are getting built out?
I think where it becomes more difficult is some on the stormwater side, on the rain garden construction that we have more than anything. With some of the capital projects that we have related to wastewater and water, those will actually reduce maintenance that we have. So those are savings to us in the long run because we're going to replace systems.
I was thinking like the affordable housing units if we're building more density and things like that. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
I think actually before we keep going, I just wanted to add something here. It is something that Peter has talked about routinely over the last 2 years. It's just making sure that that team is structurally able to handle the requirements. And the place where that comes in, I think more than anything, besides just the storm, which is a big deal, was actually we were adding sidewalks for the safe programming. And we also are doing a number of street improvements. When we received the gas tax increase, we actually, I believe, bifurcated that with a 2/3, 1/3 split. So a third of that went to maintenance, so to Peter's crew, and 2/3 went into construction dollars. And that's the position that we haven't filled at this time, but that we do have, knowing that over time we're going to see an increase in demands on maintenance on that end as well.
Thanks.
Sure.
And our facility budget, we've got three staff there, so that's Damian, Ed Moore, and Mike Harmon. They do a phenomenal job trying to keep up with the work that we have. So, and then on the fleet side, we've been successful over the last year the last budget cycle, converting some of our fleet, some of our administrative vehicles to EVs. We now have 4 EVs in our fleet, Nissan Leafs. And then we're in the process of, we've got several hybrids as well. And then we're also in the process of, hopefully by the end of either end of June or early July, we're going to have 2 hybrid Pacifica vans delivered, plug-in hybrid Pacificas delivered that will replace, one's for the police and one's will replace a Dodge pickup truck that we have here at Public Works that our cross-connection control specialist uses.
And what kind of vehicle is the new city manager's office staff vehicle going to be?
So Kelly and I have been looking at options there. So one of the things is we're looking at a used Ford Transit van. We have one of those here at Public Works. It's a smaller van that you can store equipment in. We've also talked about plug-in hybrid electric vehicles as well for that, a van. Those are a little bit more pricey, and I'm not quite sure if we have the budget for that.
We really were just looking for something that gets things A to B. So all of those candlesticks, Lisa, that we put out for First Friday and stuff, people need them delivered all over the city. And our events just are moving with Carefree Sundays and such. So they were looking at buying a used vehicle, and it was really just something to get from A to B.
And then I did want to mention that we actually had quite a lot of success as we've downsized our fleet and right-sized our fleet to make sure that we have equipment that we're using frequently and routinely, because that wasn't always the case. We've tended to hold on to equipment that we no longer needed. So we spent a lot of time, Karen Gardner and the fleet. Karen is one of the administrative assistants in Public Work. She's spent a lot of time with our lead mechanic and Damian, making sure that we're right-sizing the fleet and equipment that we no longer need, we're surplusing and putting it up for auction and selling. Just in the last year, we got about $105,000 in returned revenue from vehicle and equipment surplus, and over the last 2 years, it's actually about $215,000 on vehicles and old equipment that the city had. So those funds, depending on where that equipment was originally purchased, was distributed back to those funds, some of it general fund sources, some to the utility funds. So they've done a great job getting rid of equipment that we no longer need. So over the next biennium budget, we're going to continue to look for opportunities on our light and medium duty trucks to convert those to EVs. It looks like there's some light at the end of the tunnel there in FY22. There's probably going to be some vehicles that are going to be commercially available that we might be able to test out and see, and maybe put some dollars in for the follow-on budget to purchase some trucks to replace. We're going to be submitting again a grant application to PGE to get some dollars for EV infrastructure to try to get a public-facing EV charging station out here at Johnson Creek in one of the parking lots, so people can charge their vehicle. And then one of the other projects that's facility and fleet related is removing the underground fuel storage tank that we have. We've got a fuel storage tank for our diesel and gas that we have. They're about 30 years old. And when they get about that old, the insurance companies don't like to provide insurance for them anymore. So we're looking at removing it and replacing the diesel part with a above ground storage tank. And then we'll probably look on the regular gas side of getting a contract with a local gas station to get gas. Like the Pacific, what is it? I think Pacific Pride is one that stands out. So we won't be storing natural or gas, unleaded gas, on site. And then our budget for fleet and our fleet services budget. Any questions or comments there?
Do you know offhand just how many vehicles we still have that use diesel?
I don't know offhand, but I know we've got 4 vehicles that don't meet the diesel emission standards currently. So one was that VATCOM that we're getting rid of. We do have a 1-ton dump that we're replacing. Then we have 2 5-ton dumps that we'll replace in the following budget cycle. But I can find that out for you, how many diesels that we have.
It's not crucial, I just was curious.
So are there any other questions for Peter? This is his last slide.
I just want to say how impressed I am that all the things that your various teams took in stride on this pandemic, and yet you managed to move ahead pretty aggressively with all the other things that we had already been doing and didn't have to set any of that aside. So that's a kudos to you and your team for that.
It also should be noted that Peter has been the person who has been figuring it all out for us. So he's leading the internal task force for how to reopen. He has been aggressively purchasing all the supplies we need with his team to make sure that we keep people as safe as possible. He's always thinking forward on this, and it's been a blessing to the team. We needed it, and he jumped right in and did an exceptional job.
Thank you.
So I think this is back to you, John.
We're ready for public comment. We will now hear public comment on the proposed biennial 2021-2022 budget. Does anyone wish to comment on this matter?
There is no public comment at this time.
Have we received any correspondence on the proposed budget?
There is no correspondence at this time.
Does the staff have anything to add, which specifically addresses a question raised during testimony?
None at this time.
If there are no further questions, I will entertain a motion to close the public testimony portion of this session.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to close the public testimony portion of this session. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. The public testimony portion of the budget session is closed. Is there any discussion? My overall observation is that the staff did an excellent job of budgeting under uncertainty with the impact of the pandemic.
Thank you, John. I would love to give 150% of that credit to Bonnie, Dennis, and her crew. They really did an exceptional job of starting over about 8 weeks ago and figuring this all out. So thank you to her and her team.
And I just want to call out that oftentimes budgets are, I don't know, there are a lot of facts, and I really appreciated that this is over and over and over again a celebration of things we've accomplished and how we are committed to moving forward in uncertain times with a pretty darn clear path. So I really appreciate that everything was framed that way, and that we have a staff that is so darn good at their jobs that we are in this position.
I think it's very impressive what's getting done in the city with the budget that we have. I like the addition of the performance measures in here. I think it's great to include in the budget, so people that are interested in looking can see what's getting done and how things stack up.
I would like to add on to what Mary is saying, that especially with regards to the performance measures, it's wonderful to see them. When I was on the budget committee many years ago, I used to talk about having performance measures, and I felt like nobody really understood what I was talking about. So I very much appreciate that part of it. Not to mention all the good work and thoughtful work that has gone into not just the budget, but the programs that the city is involved in these days. So I would like to offer my thanks as well.
Well, and I think that Leslie will remember what I remember from the mid to late 2000s when I was a neighborhood chair and getting the CIP every year. In fact, I still have a whole shelf of old CIPs, I have to admit. And the CIP in particular to me is really a much better document now, the way everything is integrated. And I know Kelly gets a lot of the credit for that. It used to be a very stovepiped thing, and we did see a lot of doing one project and then 2 years later tearing up the street to do another. So I think it's really great, the sort of integration that has happened there. And I think the CIP is just, there are a few places in here where I'm like, I've marked it like, what does this mean? And, this is Greek to me, but overall, I think it's really an accessible document, and people really can read it and understand what it is that's being done. So it's great.
Any other discussion?
Well, I will just say on that note, I assume that we are, I know we got a version of some we got a note that staff was cleaning up typos and stuff. I definitely have a bunch of that kind of stuff I would love to go through with somebody on Monty's staff and just make sure they were all caught. And I assume we don't have to go through all those kind of things today.
We don't, and we actually would appreciate having them. So if you either want to talk to somebody directly, if it's CIP related, it's probably worth spending some time with Kelly. So just setting up a meeting with her for an hour to walk through those changes, that would be great. If it's general budget related, Bonnie is your person. And we would like to have those probably next week if we can, so that we can get it published in enough time for review before we do the council meeting. And again, the council meeting, because of where we expect we'll be in the pandemic cycle, we are trying to have that with a public in-person option, so that the public could actually come and give testimony physically. But as of right now, and as of the executive order of the governor, we do fall within the requirements because of the executive order that we could take everything in writing. So, but we still think it's best practice to try when we can to have a physical component. So we are trying to get it there for the June 16th meeting.
So are we ready to do some voting?
I have a question about going back, just in terms of sort of the process about where we left things on the, we closed the public testimony on the state revenue sharing. I'm not sure, maybe I just misunderstood the wording of the vote. I'm not sure I heard a motion to approve or amend the state revenue sharing, and I wonder, do we need to revisit that?
And I checked in with Bonnie, and Councilor Faulkner is correct. We did not actually have that action, so we do need to do that.
Then I would move to approve the state revenue sharing.
I'll second that, and I actually noticed that the approval of that is on the second page about budget, not on the other page.
In my script here, it comes up right now.
Good.
I think we're on track.
We just had a motion and a second on it.
Yeah, we've had a motion and a second to approve and recommend the state revenue sharing plan. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Now we have a vote to approve the budget and taxes to council by budget committee. Is everyone ready to vote? So I'll entertain a motion to approve and recommend the budget and taxes to city council.
I'll move to recommend the budget and taxes to city council.
Except for it's got to be done very precisely here.
Oh, well, I don't have the script, sorry, so I can't.
Does anyone have the motion out there?
Yes, I can do that. I have it in front of me. So I move to approve the city manager's proposed budget for the 2021-2022 biennium totaling $175,521,000 with a property tax rate of 4.1367 per $1,000 of assessed valuation for FY 2021 and 4.1367 per $1,000 of assessed value for fiscal year 2022, and a bond levy in the amount of $862,000 for fiscal year 2021 and $856,000 for fiscal year 2022.
I'll second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to approve the city manager's proposed budget totaling $175,521,000 for the FY 2021-2022 biennium with a property tax rate of $4.1367 per $1,000 of assessed value for FY 2021 and $4.1367 per $1,000 of assessed value for FY 2022, and a bond levy amount of $862,000 for FY 2021 and $856,000 in FY 2022. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye, opposed say no. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The 2021-2022 budget has been approved.
Recommended for approval to the city council.
Recommended for approval to the city council, the budget and the taxes. Thank you, Wilma.
Thank you, everyone.
We still need to, next we need to cancel the next meeting.
Yeah, we need a motion to cancel the meeting scheduled for May 30th, 2020 at 8:30 a.m.
I will make a motion to cancel the May 30th, 2020 Budget Committee meeting at 8:30 a.m.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to cancel the meeting next week at 8:30 a.m. Any discussion? My discussion is, let's not do this again at 8:30 and let's not do these Zoom meetings. Pandemic.
The Zoom meeting.
It's a great idea.
Well, I know you have a second on the time from Lisa Beatty.
Yep.
And a third.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. All right, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
Before we do, can I just say, I wanted to say thank you everyone for such a long day, and I really do appreciate each and every one of you and everybody on City Milwaukie team, the departments, and Ann, and my staff, and Keith's been wonderful, and Judy, thank you all.
Yeah, thanks everybody for being here. And citizen members, thank you so much. We really appreciate your service. You guys are awesome.
Big time.
Thank you. Thanks, staff. Good presentation.
So, did we have the motion then?
I move we adjourn.
I'll second.
Discussion? Negative.
Yeah.
In favor say aye.
Aye.
Happy Memorial Day, everyone.
Yeah, everybody stay safe, stay home.
Bye.
Bye.